Hello and welcome to the Stream of Chaos. My name is Bob and I will be your keeper for today. We are going to be playing Call of Cthulhu. We will be playing the Crack'd and Crook'd Manse from Mansions of Madness. And here are our players.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael. I will be playing Oliver, Ollie MITCHINSKI. I founded Diamond Investigations about 4 years ago after leaving the force here in Boston. It's been a pretty good gig. I've had a number of cases and, well, frankly, quite success. I've had to up my staff, and I'll let them introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Rachel. I'm playing Miss Amelia Novak. I am Mr. MITCHINSKI's secretary. We Polish families have to stick together, and honestly, he needs me to keep the lights on here. But he has been quite successful, brought in a lot of new business in the past couple of years, and we're doing quite well. My parents are very proud.
My name is Kit, and I'll be playing Patrick Niles Chapman, alienist. In more modern context, he's a forensic psychologist. So as a consulting alienist, I work extensively with the Boston Police Department. I've had the privilege of working with Oliver on a number of cases, as he's helped me with some gangland activity in the past, and as I serve, of course, the courts of the greater Boston area.
Hello, my name's Perry, and I'll be playing Henry Fiske, also known as Whoop or Old Whoop. As an ex-farmer, ex-soldier, I was conscripted to work in the, fight in the Great War, coming back with just a hacking cough and a family farm deep in debt. Now I fix whatever small odd jobs I can do while complaining about the government.
And I'm Jill. I will be playing Davina Driscoll, but you can call me Devi. I prefer to live in the past. I'm fascinated by all things antique. I will share my knowledge if needed. We'll see how it goes.
All right, fantastic. All right, so you all have been contacted through your association with Mr. MITCHINSKI and Diamond Investigations by a law firm operating out of the town of Gamwell, Massachusetts. They have sent you a letter and an article. I will share that with you now. So go ahead and take a moment to read the article and the letter. And so again, you've all received this, and you know, it's to just kind of inform you as to what's going on, and also give you an idea, a little bit more background about what's happening with the situation there in Gamwell involving a Mr. Cornthwaite rather, Arthur Cornthwaite. He is the he's the fellow who you need to check into, because Mr. Cornthwaite appears to have gone missing. Who knows how that could have happened? But you know, the Gamwell community is a small community, and the Dodge brothers, who are the attorneys, are associated with Mr. Cornthwaite, his attorneys, and they, of course, have a vested interest in making sure that their charge is found and brought safe and sound back to the community.
Mr. Cornthwaite, why does that name sound so familiar?
Well, he has been in the news a little bit, and perhaps with your varied interests, Miss Driscoll, you might have read about some of his exploits.
See that fellow who imported that Mercedes?
Well, he is, you know, from what you know, Henry, you've heard a little bit. You would have, I maybe not in the academic circle so much to speak, but you know, Mr. Cornthwaite's name would have appeared in society columns for sure. And he's no slouch. I mean, this fellow has some money. And so if you
Mr.
want,
Novak, if I'm going to need you to do a little bit of research on this Mr. Cornthwaite before we meet with the Dodge brothers.
Absolutely. I mean, he's, you know, such a generous man. I'm sure he's simply off planning his next philanthropic donation. Maybe he's just, you know, visiting an archaeological site, or perhaps doing some research on his own, maybe in the library. You know, he gave so much to our library.
Yes, that's all true. That's all true, but we need to be prepared if we're going to meet with these attorneys. You know how they can be.
Well,
yeah,
we'll
for
see
sure.
what we can find out.
So Ms. Novak, are you going to do any initial research on Mr. Cornthwaite?
Yeah, I'll see what I can find in the news about himself, his immediate family.
Perfect. All right. Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Novak. Let's make a library use roll. For these rolls, go ahead and just roll them with your regular dice and tell me what you rolled.
I rolled a 28 out of 35.
Perfect. All right. Well, that's a success. So again, going into one of the libraries there in Boston, it's easy enough to do this research. And as you comb through the records there, looking through some newspapers and whatnot, you do find that Mr. Cornthwaite, well, by profession, was an archaeologist. But that was not really how he made his living, so to speak. He was one of the fortunate few to be born with a silver spoon in his mouth, so to speak. And he was never really had to want for anything. This also allowed Mr. Cornthwaite the luxury of being able to self-finance a number of expeditions to further his researches. So without having ties to a university and all the constraints that would dictate, he was really able to pursue his interests as he saw fit. And this allowed him to travel to South America, where he really was, it was his field of expertise and greatest interest. So you know that he recently had gone on an expedition, one of many, to that region.
How long ago was that?
Well, Debbie, are you researching as well?
Oh, are we not all together? But
I didn't. I don't know. You tell me.
Miss Novak, while you're at it, could you also, I believe we're going to need to pull in some of our help on this one. Can you get a hold of Whoop, have him get Dr. Chapman and Dovey down here? I believe their expertise will be able to lend us quite the help.
Yep.
I think I know where to find him.
Perfect. All right. So I'm assuming that Henry, you go and you gather your the usual suspects, so to speak, and bring them aboard.
Yep. I'll drive up and pick them up, and so.
Yep.
Dr. Chappie, want to get on in?
Oh,
Ollie wants you.
Oh, he does. I see. Well, I didn't receive a phone call at my office. If Ollie needs me, I'm happy to assist. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing fine, doing fine. Personal touch is better anyway than a phone call.
Well, you know, to that I have to agree. How's the farm, Whoop?
Well, pretty small. Sold what I could, sold what I had to the farm, or to the bank. Those cheats.
Yeah.
Well, let's go get Dovey. I'm sure she needs a ride as well.
Well, look forward to seeing her, please.
Dovey, hop on in. Ollie wants to see you. Business.
All right then. Drive safely, sir.
Oh, I'm not sure about that one.
Dovey, any interesting new acquisitions you have in your collection?
I've had a few, but I don't really feel comfortable talking about them quite yet, but thank you for your interest.
So mysterious, Dovey. You're always so interesting. Mysterious.
It would probably bore you, sir.
Unlikely. I'm looking to expand my own collection. Clearly, you're the woman with the connections that I would do that. When you think there's something that I would be of interest, please contact me.
I will.
All right, so Whoop, you gather your comrades and bring them back to Boston to the offices of Diamond Investigations, where you can pool your resources and further this particular line of inquiry into Mr. Cornthwaite's disappearance.
Here's that report you asked for, Mr. Mitchinski.
Ah, perfect. Perfect. This is very helpful. Still, I believe your theories of him being off on an adventure is more accurate than anything, but a job's a job, and we all need to get paid.
No,
Whoop, Dr. Chapman, Dovey, good to see you.
Is this regarding the Cornthwaite matter?
Your intuition is remarkable, yes.
Oh, I received a correspondence. Did you also?
I did.
Yes.
From the Dodge brothers?
Indeed, the same.
My goodness.
Ollie, it's good to see you. I've not worked with the Dodge brothers in the past. Do you know anything about them? Can you share any information any further?
I've never worked with them either. I don't know how they got our name. I mean, notoriety, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not familiar with Gamwell either. Small town. I've heard of it, but never been there myself.
All right, so are you going to do any further investigations, or are you going to drive to Gamwell? It's about a couple hours to drive away from Boston.
Before we head out, Miss Novak, could you see if you can pull anything up, get any information on the Dodge brothers? They seem to have a direct connection to Mr. Cornthwaite, and perhaps that might also shed some light on.
Sure, I'll see what I can find, Mr. Mitchinski. Oh, wasn't really able to come up with anything there.
Yeah, I mean, you do some inquiries there, and the only thing you can really determine, Ms. Novak, is that the Dodge brothers appear to be a small law firm operating out of Gamwell. Certainly not much in the news about them, so not much to learn there.
Sorry, did you say they were operating out of Gamwell?
Yes.
Very good. Oh, well, if it's a couple hours to Gamwell and we've all received the same inquiry, why don't we just let Whoop drive us, and maybe we could stop by their office and get some additional information. Mr.
Mitchinski, one thing I want to note before we go is that this letter from the Dodge brothers was dated on January 30th, but according to that article, Mr. Cornthwaite hasn't been seen since January 7th.
That's quite a delay.
That is quite the delay.
It's very unusual, and
well, if they suspect him being out on an expedition, and if he's gone on LinkedIn quite often, a couple weeks would be nothing to shake a stick at. However, a little longer than that, I believe that's why they've possibly reported him as missing.
Well, I mean, travel to South America alone would take, I can't even imagine how long. I've never been more than 2 states away myself.
It is quite an adventure.
Plus, a man with money can spend an awful lot of time with the pro skirts.
Something in the back of my head reminds me that he was something of an unsavory character. I never met the man.
Well, Dovey, thinking along those lines, you do recall something that you read about Mr. Cornthwaite. That this last expedition that he was on, it did end in a bit of controversy, so to speak, because there were rumors that there was a rather significant and substantial loss of life on this expedition. And that, again, if the rumors are true, that Mr. Cornthwaite himself was the sole survivor of this expedition.
Oh my.
Yes. Wow. So with that, you travel to Gamwell. The drive is is easy. Is easy. All things considered, you've run into a spat of good weather. It's fairly unseasonably warm in the 50s for February in Boston, in the New England area. So you're enjoying these warm temperatures as you travel to Gamwell. Again, nothing to remark about the drive. It's easy. You drive through some beautiful New England countryside. It's a bit to the north. When you drive into town, you see that it's a small community, not much there. You would classify it as sleepy. There's a few restaurants and a few things like that to kind of make it homey, but really nothing to remark upon it. If you weren't headed for Gamwell and you passed through Gamwell, you may remember it, but maybe not. But without much trouble, you find the offices of the Dodge brothers. You arrive in Gamwell, I would say around noon. And so, yeah, so there you are in front of this little law office, the Dodge brothers. And so what's next?
Straight inside.
All right.
Look at the state of the offices. See if they've made money, they've done well for themselves, or if it's just some. I'm assuming since they're representing Mr. Cornthwaite that they have a little bit of clout.
Yeah, I mean, it is what you would expect, actually. It's a small law firm in a small town. You walk in, and there's three. Basically, it's an open bullpen type of office. There's no secretary to greet you, but you do see three men, short in stature, all of them, all bearing obviously a resemblance to one another in their little gray suits. I'll share an image of the brothers to you there. And so these men, they see you walk in, all five of you, and they as one stand up. The fellow who looks so probably to be the elder walks up and steps forward and says, well, hello. My name is Walter Dodge. A pleasure to meet you all. What do we owe the honors? My brothers and I. Over here we have my brother Reginald, and this is Herbert over here to my left. And they'll just kind of nod.
Well, hello, Mr. Dodge. Name's Oliver MITCHINSKI. You
received my letter.
Yes, you contacted my office.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much for hastily arriving here. So the matter at hand, of course.
Well,
you reviewed the letter.
Yes, we have the letter. The matter at hand, Mr. Cornthwaite's presumed disappearance.
Oh, well, there's nothing presumed about it, sir. Nothing presumed about it. He's certainly gone. We visited his home, and there was nobody there. Nobody there. And Mr. Cornthwaite himself has not been seen for some time, sir, some time. And my brothers and I were very concerned. Mr. Cornthwaite is one of our most prominent clients, and we consider him a friend, my brothers and I. So Mr. Cornthwaite's absence not only is a professional concern, but a personal one as well. And we're at a loss. We contacted the authorities, and nothing there. And we have some. Of course, there's legal matters. I mean, what do we do with Mr. Cornthwaite's trust? There's certain matters that need his decision-making authority on that we don't have. We don't feel comfortable moving forward with. So again, Mr. MITCHINSKI, you know your business better than I do, but as you can see, we are in a difficult situation here, and we need your help. We need your help.
Well, Mr. Dodge, my team of specialists here and myself, we will do whatever we can to locate Mr. Cornthwaite for you, and you will have your friend and colleague reach back to you.
Well, that's a relief. That's a relief. There was some dissension between myself and my brothers about whether we should hire an outside firm like yourselves. I was strongly in favor. Herbert, not so much. Reginald certainly backed my decision. So I'm so glad. But again, so you'll know that Mr. Cornthwaite, prominent citizen, recently come to Gamwell, has a beautiful home that he resides in here. One of the fixtures of our community, a home of great historical significance. I can't impress upon you enough the beauty of this home and its value.
Pardon me, sir, you said that he was a recent arrival to Gamwell?
Yes.
How recently did he arrive? And by contrast, if this home is such a sort of notable place in the town, how old is the home?
Well, the home, it's historically significant. I believe the house was built, I would say, in the early 1800s, I would say. When was that, Reginald? 1805 was when the house was built. Thank you, Reginald. And Mr. Cornthwaite, by contrast, he merely got here 1919, so barely a minute ago. As Gamwell goes.
He's new in town.
Yes, certainly. Again, an individual who had really come on and made quite the impression, of course. A flashy individual. Comparatively
What old
speaking.
family did he evict?
Oh, well, the house had been vacant for a while, actually, a short period of time.
Would the family have been an heirloom? Is this something he acquired, or is this something that was in his family that he's recently taken possession of?
No, sir. He did not acquire it. He purchased it. We helped him with the purchase. Again, saw through some things there, the title and whatnot. But Mr. Cornthwaite purchased the home and has lived there mostly in residence, except for when his work took him out of the country.
Who owned the house prior to Mr. Cornthwaite?
Herbert, do you recall who that was? Yeah.
Goblin?
It was the Franklins, an elderly couple.
Would you be so kind as to give us directions to this house?
Yeah. Oh, yes, of course. You can't miss it. It's just right outside of town. It's a beautiful place. Again, it's just again a very valuable home, right? I mean,
I can't wait to see it.
To Mr. Cornthwaite, we would have, it would be, part of his estate, this home, and we would have to liquidate it and make sure that its proceeds are divvied up amongst his family.
Sure. That's premature. I'm sure that we'll find him simply in pursuit of a philanthropic endeavor. Please do not worry yourself about your friend.
I can't help it.
I'm really sick. So I have to ask you, you gentlemen, a few questions. Can you tell me about his demeanor at any time that you've spoken with him? I would like to understand a little bit more about him, his personality. I usually consult with criminal deviants, and a simple missing persons case, while I'm happy to take on the work and assist you in this matter, I'm not sure how I'm going to play into this, actually. Can you tell me a little bit more about him as a person?
Well, I actually, I wasn't the last to speak with him. Herbert was. I'll let Herbert speak speak about this. Well, so I had occasion to speak with Arthur, as I called him, early January. He and I met for lunch shortly after. Around the holidays, and Arthur seemed, well, frankly, a bit on edge. I'm not sure what was bothering him, but he cut our lunch short. Arthur was normally a fellow who, again, had traveled extensively. I'm anchored here at Gamwell. Can't get away. Wish I could. Can't though. So Arthur would tell me his stories about his travels, and So he was telling me about his expeditions, but then he acted very nervous. And in the middle of the lunch, he said, I have to go, Herbert. I can't speak with you any longer. I need to get back home. So and then he just left. I hope it was nothing.
Nature to be an anxious person.
Generally speaking, sir, no, he was not. He was he was a big city fellow, like yourselves to a certain extent, and no offense there, but operated at a bit faster pace than the folks here in Gamwell.
I see. Would you consider him to be a rather punctual man when it comes to conducting his own business and personal affairs? Anytime, of course, he's engaged you.
Oh, well, he's been nothing but a professional in that regard. But again, a fellow who perhaps operates to a certain degree under his own timetable, doesn't necessarily attend to all meetings and things as punctually as, say, I would. But again, I'm a stickler for such things. So to each his own.
Did he mention at all what he had planned for the future?
No, ma'am. He didn't at all. In fact, he seemed to be really looking back on some of his things, and with perhaps some wistfulness, perhaps concerns. But he certainly wasn't planning for the future, other than getting home to whatever matter of business was preoccupying him.
Now, Mr. Dodge.
Sorry, a few more questions if
which
you don't
Which
mind.
Mr. Dodge?
The one who's speaking currently.
Oh, yes.
Herbert?
Yes.
Herbert.
Now, any information you can give us as, I don't want to use the word nefarious, but any information that you can give us on Mr. Corthwaite would be quite helpful to this investigation. Any detail, the smallest details, are the ones that usually can make or break a case.
While Ollie is clearly asking an excellent question, I'm going to be more blunt. Does he have a history of any criminal activity whatsoever that we might find germane or important? Again, asking in a professional capacity. I'm not here to judge.
I myself, I really didn't delve too much into that. Herbert, I believe you had done a thorough background investigation before we took him on as a client. Yes, I did. As a matter of fact, as we do with all of our clients, we do a rather extensive screening of them. I have to say that Mr. Cornthwaite was, well, a perfect gentleman from what I've seen. He was active in the community. He attended our church here. He gave to charities. He donated several books from his own personal collection to our library, which is no small thing for a man of such learning as Mr. Cornthwaite. And he seemed to be a gentleman, a bachelor, but I can see why. He was forever traveling and never really had time to lay down roots. We were thrilled to have him join this community and purchase the home and restore it as he did. And we look forward to years of having him as a pillar of Gamewell.
Now, did Mr. Cornthwaite have a secretary? I see that you don't appear to have one here in your office, and I might recommend that a competent woman can help you run your business very efficiently. But someone as busy as Mr. Cornthwaite must have been, did he have an assistant of any type?
That's an excellent question, Miss. And I did manage Mr. Cornthwaite's finances to a degree, and he kept his own staff and was very, very busy with his managing them. I can only imagine that he had very specific criteria for his people. For none of them were from Gamwell. He only hired outside people. And I must say, my friends, that was perhaps the only thing that folks here in Gamwell found vexing about Mr. Cornthwaite was his, he never hired local people. And well, again, we all felt that maybe we were perhaps too countrified for this fellow to endure, and it chafed us. We felt we were the exception to that rule. His attorneys, perhaps he wanted local people for that, and we thought that he would hire staff for himself amongst the community, but that never came to pass.
Along similar lines, a man so well established certainly would have love interests. Did Arthur, if I may call him Arthur, did he have a wife or a lady friend, or?
Well, Reginald,
a widower.
Reginald, you associated with him more than anyone else. Yes. Well, again, I did have the I met with Arthur frequently, and while he did have he had talked of a fiancée from the past, but that ended poorly, I believe. Perhaps broke his heart a bit. But as he grew busier with his expeditions to South America, he told me that, quite frankly, he did not have time for that sort of business. It distracted him from what he felt his true calling was.
I think
all right. Well, again, I think we've covered quite a bit about. Oh yes, ma'am. Did you have a question?
One more thing. I'm sorry, and I'm taking shorthand notes, Mr. Michinski, for later. I do have nefarious and criminal deviance down in my notes. But did Mr. Cornthwaite live alone in his home? I mean, staff, but was it live-in staff? His staff about?
Well, from what? Yes, I mean his staff was there. Although, well, this should be, you should note this. We keep his books, of course, to a certain extent. And he was letting some of his staff go over the past few weeks and months. So there wasn't quite as many individuals there as had been previously.
Are there any still there, and will they take kindly to us going through his lovely estate?
Well, a good question, miss, a good question. And we do not believe that there is anyone there. We visited the home. We visited Mr. Cornthwaite's home, and there was no one there when we were there. So I believe that those individuals have left.
It seems like this investigation might take a day or two to wrap up. Could you suggest somewhere locally there might be an inn that we could stay? And of course, the directions of his estate, so we can go there and begin our investigation immediately.
Well, yes, we could perhaps recommend a boarding house. The Hogartys have a boarding house in town. Well, also
multiple rooms.
Yeah, well, perhaps you could stay at the Hogarty's boarding house, but I would recommend that perhaps to be closer to the investigation and to save us the trouble of the expense of the boarding house. You could also just stay at the Mr. Cornthwaite's home and be closer to matters at hand, and to save us the expense of the boarding house. We don't necessarily have to pay that per diem.
I was hoping that would be the case. I'm sure
delightful.
His was not pressed to go through.
An additional question regarding the staff. Would you happen to have the name of any, if you managed payroll, for example, would you happen to have the name of any former staff member?
Alas, miss, we do not. We merely gave, from his funds, we allocated some money, and he, Mr. Cornthwaite, handled the individual payments of his. So, and again, they were all outsiders.
Directly?
Introduced to them. I'm sorry, ma'am.
He paid his staff directly?
He did, yes.
Oh my.
Again, I don't know. It was a curious business, but Mr. Cornthwaite chose to handle it that way.
Well, Mr. Dodge, and a third Mr. Dodge.
Yes.
I believe we have the information we need to get started. If we need to contact you, do you have a number that?
Oh yes, we'll be here. My brothers and I. We will help you however we can. We look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Before we leave, Whoop, you usually sit back and take everything in. Is there anything that you want to further ask of the Dodge brothers?
No. I believe it's been very illuminating.
Wonderful. Well, we will take our leave, and if we need anything, we will contact you.
All right. All right, perfect. All right, so.
What was the name of the first Dodge brother? Herbert. What was it?
Walter.
Walter, okay.
Herbert and Reginald. All right, so you leave the Dodge Brothers office, and standing out there in Little Gamwell. Anything to do there before you head off to the manor house?
I wonder whether we might go see what books Mr. Cornthwaite donated to the library, and perhaps also stop at the church. It was mentioned that he was a member of the local congregation.
I meant to ask exactly what church he attended, so that's something I would have asked, but I forgot.
Probably only 8 or 9 in this small town.
Yeah.
If that.
All right. Okay, so on to the library then. All right, perfect. All right, so, again, it doesn't take but a moment's glancing around Gamwell to find the town library. It's just about a half a block away from the Dodge Brothers office. It looks perhaps maybe like it was a former home. Actually, it was converted to a library. Just adequate to serve a small community. So you walk in, and there's the front foyer area has been kind of expanded a bit to welcome people. And you can see that there is a lady who is working there at the counter, and I will share a photo of this lady for you. And she looks up as you all walk in, and she introduces herself as hello, I'm Susan Arwell. Welcome to the library. My goodness.
Hello there.
Hello, Ms. Arwell. I'm Ms. NOVAK, and here with Mr. MITCHINSKI of the Diamond Investigations out of Boston. I paused to let her be suitably impressed with Boston. And Miss Driscoll, Dr. Chapman, and Mr. Fiske accompanying us as well.
Oh my goodness. Well, what brings you to Gamwell?
Well, Mr. MITCHINSKI, would you care to explain our endeavor?
Well, one of your locals here in Gamwell, Mr. Cornthwaite.
Oh, Mr. Cornthwaite.
Yes, we are looking into a matter of his whereabouts.
Oh my.
No, don't be alarmed, dude. It's nothing foul. We've just been gone a while, and his friends are concerned.
Yes, well, I have missed him. I have missed him at church, and he hasn't been in the library, and that book is overdue.
What church was that?
It's the Congregational Church here.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Well, the reasoning for us being here at the library is we are to understand that Mr. Cornthwaite, he donated some books to the library. We were wondering if perhaps you would have a list of said books.
Well, I can write it up. I mean, Mr. Cornthwaite has been a very generous man. you know, this library, it's a funny little library. If you come here and you were just browsing, you would think, why do we have all these books on anthropology and archaeology in this little town? And that's all due to Mr. Cornthwaite. Those were his books, and he donated them here. And so it really is. It's a marvel, really. Because
very exciting.
It is. It really, really is. I've read some of them, and you know, they're very fascinating. I'm not really interested in that sort of study. I have a keen interest in Gamwell. For a little town, it has an interesting history, but I'm not going to get into that yet. But yes, Mr. Cornthwaite, just a fine gentleman, a fine gentleman.
Well, if you could do me the honor, the kind favor of Dovey here, Miss Driscoll. She is quite the specialist in these matters, and if you could fill her in on any information regarding any books in particular that you might find that we would need to look at, or in fact, just a list of you. If it's all these books that then it's many. So I don't know if we necessarily need a list of everything he donated, but of any books you might think that would be pertinent if you're familiar with his travels. Or
well, that's you know, he did. I mean, he donated all these books, and it's a funny thing, right? This fellow, this very, very learned man, donated all these books, and then wouldn't you know it, he came back in and he checked one out, and you know, and is
that the book that's overdue? You can tell us.
It is.
Oh,
and again, so it puts me into a little bit of a quandary. Was Mr. Fitzgerald, or Mr. Cornthwaite donated these books, and then he checked one out, and well, how can I ask him to return the book that he gave us? So, but in any case, that's you know, that's neither here nor there. I'm sure when Mr. Cornthwaite is done with it, he'll return it.
What's that title? What, in case we see it?
Yeah,
make sure to
yes.
return it here.
Oh, that would be, yes. I'm sure that would be so good, because that way I could just forget all about this, and I wouldn't have to have that conversation with Mr. Cornthwaite, which I do not want to have. It's called, let me see here, and she looks through her list. It has a fancy title for sure. The Missing People, the Tribe That the Jungle Swallowed.
Oh my, that sounds quite ominous.
Exactly.
Yep.
I wonder what that's all about. And it's by a fellow by the name of Thomas Pratt. So anybody who has anthropology can make an anthropology rule on that.
I got library use.
You can certainly tell where it should be filed.
But it might be like the 700s, 600s.
So, ma'am, when he came here, did he drive himself, or have someone drive him?
He did. As a matter of fact, he did drive himself.
What was he driving? Just
he was driving a Model T. It was a fairly new model too. It really was. He kept it in very, very fine condition, or probably his people did. He had staff, of course.
Did his staff ever come in with him? Any member of his staff?
No, not really. I mean, Mr. Cornthwaite, they were outsiders. They weren't from Gamwell. They weren't Gamwell people.
Do you know where they were from?
I think they were from Boston.
Ah, well, of course. Okay.
Maybe New York.
Oh.
Was there anyone that was upset that he was taking someone's family home?
Well, no. I mean, the Fitzgerald estate has been in Gamwell and has gone through a whole series of owners, and you know, it was you know, those nice old people. I think the Franklins, they had passed, and so there was nobody there. There was nobody there at the house, and so it was up for sale. And and then we got somebody like Mr. Cornthwaite to come into Gamwell. He was you know, a real feather in the cap of this community, having somebody like him here.
Now, you mentioned local history earlier, and you may have a particular interest. Is there any documentation of the estate here at the library, or can you tell us more about it?
Well, you don't.
It's fascinating. Please go on.
All right, fine. I mean, okay. But it really is. It's really interesting. This house. I like to think of this house as kind of being the cornerstone of Gamwell, and it's so many stories for this house to tell. About how it was built, and then there was a series of it's kind of like it's a series of tragedies that have happened in this home, and it's all these things that have happened throughout the years. But I like to think that that even though some bad things have happened, that it's going to have a happy ending. And with Mr. Cornthwaite buying this and him being such a prominent fellow, that I think that's going to be our happy ending with Mr. Cornthwaite. Once he returns from his latest expedition or something. But yeah, let me look here. And she goes back and she starts digging through, and you can see that what she's going through looks like a personal like scrapbook or something that she keeps. And so she's looking through this, and she finds a few things here. Give me just a second here, and I will share these. All right. So she says, "Yeah, look at this. This is like the first article about the first family that had it, the Fitzgeralds, I believe, and it's just their son was a veteran of the Civil War, and he came back, but he didn't. It's like a lot of the boys that came back from the Great War. They just weren't right, and
my.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Was that in the house?
Well, in the house, on the grounds, that sort of thing,
Cool.
And then this here is it's a mess, really. This is shocking. This story here. There was a family that came here. Again, they were outsiders too. They were outsiders, from New York. They were from New York. Yeah, big city, Albany, I think, and they just brought all their big city problems back with them. And, one thing led to another, and it's just an awful business.
Oh.
Yeah. But again, I don't want you to think that this is really the way things are here. I mean, these are things. And again, there's other folks that have been there in the Fitzgerald house that have had happy lives. The Franklins were lovely people.
Oh, sure.
Given the historical relevance of this building to the town, could you tell us maybe more about who built it? I mean, are there any unique features of the building? Perhaps even a blueprint?
Well, certainly, sir. Certainly, yes. The Fitzgeralds, they were the first family. They were the builders of it. I know that Mr. Fitzgerald, Albert, was a man who was involved in the textile business and did a fair trade there. Had some success, and then he established a family home here in Gamwell. The Gamwell textile mill, was one of the things that he opened up here and established. And so, he had that, and he operated that up until the time of his death. And so it's been a fixture here in the community.
Of course.
Was there anything significant about the property that the house was built upon?
Well, nothing that I know
of. Bob, is it 1925? Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, the year's 1925.
I noticed when looking at these two articles that the first one regarding the son who came back and slayed his family was 1865. The second one about that poor family slain was 1895, and they appear to be 30 years apart, and now it's been another 30 years. Also in that last article, it mentions that a Mr. Arthur Kerwin went missing. Was he ever found?
He was not. Nobody knows where he is or what happened to him.
Oh. Have you ever been to the house?
Well, yeah, I mean, well, I mean, okay, so I've never actually been in the house. You know, the Franklins, they were really nice people, and I went over there and delivered books to them when they, especially when they became too old to come to the library, but they still wanted to do some reading. I would deliver books to them. Of course, that was, you know, that was when I was younger and I didn't have the you know, the run of the whole place like I do now. Yeah, I never, you know, Cornthwaite was a bachelor, and it wouldn't have been proper for me to go to his home.
Oh, I understand.
Well, with these old houses, I mean, time happens. Yeah, eventually, there's ups and there's downs. So you know, it's when you have a house that's this old, I understand. Things happen.
It's a beautiful place. Have you seen it?
I cannot wait to see it. I'm so excited to see this amazing house.
You'll have to tell me what you think, because I think it's gorgeous. It really is. It really is.
You had mentioned attending church with Mr. Cornthwaite. Was he a regular? Did he attend church?
He as much as he could. Now, you know, Mr. Cornthwaite was often away on business, and his business, when other people, when they say that they're away on business, it's not like Mr. Cornthwaite being away on business. I mean, he was on the other side of the globe in South America.
Do you remember the last time you saw him?
I think that it was around the holidays, around Christmas. I would have seen him there.
When was his book due?
I don't like to think about that. But it was due back around the 5th of January. So you can see it's pretty significantly overdue.
Now, listen, Mr. MITCHINSKI, you know, we might be able to work something out with our expenses to do Mr. Cornthwaite the kindness of covering his overdue fine. I'm sure I can work it in.
Well, I would like to resolve it. I mean, it really is worrisome to me. If you could find the book and return it, it would be a real weight off me.
We'll do our best.
Thank you.
It'll be covered either way.
Oh, I appreciate that, sir.
So you're telling me that you've never been inside the house, not even when you were like a kid on a dare on Halloween or anything?
Well, you know, I mean, no. I mean, I've been in the foyer, you know, to deliver books to the Franklins, and it's you know, it's a really nice home. But you know, again, I don't want to be too forward and just kind of wander around the house with these old people. But yeah.
Now, do you know? We learned that Mr. Cornthwaite at some point in his past had a fiance, never did marry, however. Do you know who that fiance was?
Well, you know, I really don't know. I didn't even know he was ever had a fiance.
Oh, okay.
He was, but he was, again, he was a gentleman through and through. You know, he's not like one of those fellas that will say things that were, you know, are inappropriate or anything like that. He was a very nice man.
Would I have learned from previous research about how old he is?
You would think that he was probably in his mid to late 40s.
Okay.
Well, if none of you have any more questions, I believe we can take our research further to the church, see what we can find out there.
Did we ask for a list of all the books that he had donated to the library?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, we did.
I think then we got a little focus on the one that he had checked out.
Right.
Does he have like a designated shelf?
Well, again, you know, well, by you know, not by you know, any real you know, decision. It's just that most of his books would be, you know, are anthropology books, so they're all located at more or less the same place. And I'm happy to show you.
I would love to see that.
Okay, so
for my own personal knowledge.
So Dovey, Mrs. Arwell takes you over to the shelves, and there are heavy concentration of anthropology books and archaeology books, specifically focused on South America. All right, so a very, very tight and specific interest there. And so, you really, all of the most prominent books on South American archaeology and anthropology are present.
Is there anything extremely rare?
No. Okay. So that's a really good question. So go ahead and do you have like anthropology?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
I have library use attire.
Okay, well, go ahead. And between those two, and I want you to add a bonus die for that, because that's a really good, a good idea.
I rolled a 4.
Perfect. All right, so you look through, and again, you have a good breadth of knowledge of things. And what you kind of pinpoint is that, yes, all of the most common books are there. And, the fundamentals of somebody who was interested in South American archaeology, anthropology. But what you also find, and this is more curious by far, is that the fringe, right? The fringe is very well represented, and that some of the more outre thoughts amongst the community are definitely represented there. And it appears that, at least, if not more, then 50-50, right? So you got the fundamentals, and then you have essentially what you would consider this fringe stuff represented quite well there.
This is fascinating. He had just a breadth of interest, obviously, that spanned all kinds of knowledge on this topic.
Yes. Miss Arwell, has anyone else in the town checked out any of these unique titles?
Well, I'm sure that people have browsed through the sections and read them here at the library, but not a whole bunch really. I guess that his interest.
Not the most popular section in the.
It's not for the lack of the quality of the collection. It's just that people here are they're more interested in other things.
I don't suppose you would check out a book to somebody who's not from here, just temporarily while we're in town. I'm just fascinated by your collection.
Well, that's really I would like to. You seem like really nice people, but we have rules here at the library, and they're important rules, and they're here for a reason. And I'm kind of a stickler about these things. I'm really, really sorry. You're welcome to come back and read them here while you're in town. But these books got out, and then I'm not saying you would, but if you didn't return them, I don't even want to think about that.
So I'm just going to grab one of the books at random.
Okay.
Open it up and just see if there's any writing in it, or like signature on the dedication page or anything like that.
Yeah. Okay. That's fair. I'll say that your random selection. There's some writing in this. It looks like this looks like an older, pretty well thumbed book. I don't know if Whoop is a keen student of archaeology and anthropology. I'm thinking maybe not. No. But again, if you were to speak with any of your colleagues, they would say that the tome that you picked is nothing more than like your typical textbook that you would get, and it looks like an older, well thumbed and well annotated volume, where it looks like. And really, what you gather from this is that Mr. Cornthwaite was a pretty serious student, right? I mean, he took his work seriously.
Stuff underlined and that sort of thing.
Exactly. All right. Okay, so Mrs. Arwell is happy to talk with you more if you have more questions for her.
If there's any books that anybody needs to check out, I'm sure we can arrange for one of the Dodge brothers to check it out under their name.
Mr. MITCHINSKI?
Good point. Nothing that I can think of at this time.
Yeah. So if there's anything, Debbie, that you want in particular, I believe we can talk to them, and I'm sure that they would be able to acquire it for us to look outside of the library if we need further investigation upon that.
Well, Mr. MITCHINSKI, I could leave Miss Arwell your card.
Please do.
Miss Arwell, please contact Diamond Investigations if we may be of any service to you in the future.
Oh, well, I hope, you all seem like really nice people, but I hope not.
We can always track down overdue books
Right.
for you.
Sir, I don't like you poking fun at me like that. I don't appreciate that. Overdue books are a serious
Serious business.
I take that very seriously.
Well, I believe we'll take our leave. You've been quite the help, and we admire your library and appreciate your time.
Well, thank you, sir. All right, so you leave. The day's drawing on a bit, and so where are you off to now?
Church.
Oh, okay, sure. So you go to the Gamwell Congregational Church, and it's a well-maintained place. Looks like probably a cornerstone of the community where people gather for worship and whatnot. So there you are. Again, austere as you would expect from a congregational church, and you see that there is a fellow out there who's appears to be raking some dead vegetation from one of the beds. Again, taking advantage of this beautiful weather that you're having.
What day of the week is it?
It is a Wednesday.
And this is a Protestant church?
Mm-hmm.
Does it have a graveyard around it?
Yeah, it does. Mm-hmm. Yep, it absolutely.
Well, as a practicing Polish Catholic, I will defer.
All right. So, hello, folks.
How are you today, sir?
I'm doing very well, sir. Very well, thank you.
Are you the groundskeeper here?
I am today, sir. But no, I'm Reverend Clark, Reverend Frederick Clark.
Oh, I see. A man of many hats. I apologize.
Well, again, good work, or hard work is good for the soul, and so and also it's a beautiful day.
It is a beautiful day. I would agree. It is good for the soul. We don't want to trouble you, but do you have a moment for a few questions?
By all means, come inside. I'll get you a cup of coffee or tea.
Oh, tea would be fantastic. Thank you.
All right, so he takes you around to the back of the church. You go down a set of stairs into a basement where they have set up for gatherings and things. And so he goes over and stokes up a fire in a potbelly stove and begins heating some water, and sits down at this a fine table that looks like it's an antique. It's been probably 100 years old, and sits down while the kettle heats on the stove.
How old does Reverend Clark look?
He is probably in his early 60s, but he looks like a fellow who takes really good care of himself, very physically active, but also spends a fair amount of time outdoors. So he is a bit weathered, but wiry and strong.
Do I see a wedding band on his finger?
Yes, you do.
Okay. So I introduced myself and the rest of the group, and I let him know that we are inquiring as to the whereabouts of Mr. Cornwhite. We've been engaged by the Dodge brothers, and we're hoping if he has a minute, we'd like to ask him some questions about.
I certainly do. I didn't know it had come to this. That it was Mr. Cornthwaite's absence was so significant that the Dodge brothers would seek help from outside the community.
Reverend, we hope it's nothing. It's more of a formality and a precaution, if you will. You haven't had any contact with him recently, have you? Could you let us know perhaps the last time you did speak with him?
I believe it was probably around the Christmas time. He was here for services. That would have probably been the last time.
I see. Did he have any family buried here in the cemetery?
No, sir. No, he did not. Mr. Cornthwaite was a recent arrival to Gamwell. The gentleman only had been here not even 10 years.
I see. So we've been told. Any of his, I know he had a lot of staff that worked here. Did any of them attend church with him, or did they reside here in the town?
No, sir. No, sir. He did not. They did not, rather. Again, I don't know a lot about the staff. I do know that he was a big city man, and so he had his people from places like Boston, places like New York. I think that he didn't trust that the folks of Gamwell would be quite up to his standards in terms of doing for him.
I see.
Did the congregation welcome him, though, even though he was from the city?
Well, again, I like to think that we are a good community in that regard, open and welcoming. And Mr. Cornthwaite was a bit of a celebrity, if you will, ma'am. He had been on these fantastic expeditions to other countries, and had stories to tell. He would talk. He talked to our ladies group. Brought in some fancy things that he had found in far off foreign parts. We're not used to seeing that sort of thing, and I have to say I was impressed by his demeanor. He was quite the teller of tales. That fellow was.
Oh, he told tales. Now, if I know anything about ladies groups, did he ask any questions about like the history of his home or anything like that?
Well, I think that he did. He was a fella that he liked the finer things, sir. He liked the finer things, and he drove a fancy car, and he dressed fancy, and he bought the biggest house in town. So I'm not saying that he put on airs, but he was certainly he was used to wealth in the way that the wealthy are, right? Where they don't think anything of it. They're just are.
Reverend, how long have you been preaching at this church?
I have had the pleasure of being the pastor at this church for 45 years.
So you were around 30 years ago during the incident that took place at the Cornwaite's house.
Yes, sir, I was. That was a dark time for Gamwell.
Tragedy, to be sure.
Wow.
Did they bury the poor souls at your church, or did they go back to the town they came from?
No, they're here. They're resting here, sir.
They ever find their father?
No, sir, they did not. That fellow. I believe in my heart that he will get the punishment in the next world that he may have managed to avoid in this world.
Is there any details about that? I know it's been a few decades ago, but could you shed some light on the happenings that went around?
I was. I knew. The funeral. Of course, I did the service, and but I was the sheriff Whitford. He shielded me from the worst of it, and I'm thankful he did. I don't like seeing things like that in people. It's hurtful to my spirit, and I like to think the best of folks, and that was a thing that shook the whole community. A terrible business. Those babies and his wife.
How soon did the Franklins move in after that?
Well, the Franklins, those were good people. Those were good people.
Yeah.
They
good Christian people?
Yes, yes, they were. Mr. Franklin Henry. He was a member of the congregation for as long as his health held out, and he got ill, and then he could no longer come to service. But Martha, she was here till the end. So they were good folk. Good folk.
When did they pass away?
Oh, they passed away. Gosh, it's been a while now. The house was they were there. I remember that was when around 19. It was after the war was over, probably around 1918.
Oh, so the house did stand empty for the year or two. Huh?
Yeah, for a while, not too long, not too long. Again, you know, the Franklins were good folk, and they helped people to kind of forget some of the badness that happened there with the other family.
Miss Novak, can you make notation of Sheriff Whitford?
Oh yes, I've already noted his name. Wondered whether Sheriff Whitford was still with us. I know that was some time ago.
Well, he's still with us. The article that that the Dodge Brothers show, he was mentioned within that article, so I assume he is still around.
Oh yes, yes, I can confirm that Sheriff Whitford's been in service to this community for a long time. Again, he was just a deputy at that point, but he's in charge of the office now and doing a great job.
Noted, sir.
Thank you. Now you mentioned that Mr. Cornway liked to tell stories.
He did. He was one of those fellows who was gifted at it too, good at it.
Do you recollect perhaps any of those stories that?
Well,
We'd love to hear them.
He did. I mean, I remember one story he told us about how he was sailing in a boat on the Amazon River. Now that's a really large river that is in South America. It's really one of the largest rivers, I think, in the world. And in this river, he said that there was these fish that would strip a full cow to its skeleton in moments. If you can believe
I think he's right.
And they were called the piranha.
That's fascinating.
And the piranha, these fish, you would think they were massive, these huge whales, but no, they're little. The piranha are small fish, but they like swarm like ants. And he told a tale. He told a tale of a time where a horse got spooked on one of these boats and fell into the water. And before the men could even pull the horse up, the piranha had stripped it so that when they pulled it up, nothing but the skeleton remained.
I'm going to have nightmares. That's terrifying.
Such a waste of good horse flesh.
I could scarcely believe it. But you should have heard him tell it.
I'm sure it was quite graphic, and he had a gift for such narration.
Once we find him, perhaps we'll have him tell us that tale.
Yeah.
I believe that tale.
Oh.
I think he's right.
Oh, I hope it was just. I hope he was just pulling our leg, because I don't want to live in a world where the piranha are.
Well, if they're in South America, Reverend, I think we're probably safe.
Let's hope they can't live in the waters of the lakes around here.
Exactly. Did he have any close friends or associations here in the church? Maybe somebody they spoke to on a regular basis? Did you ever meet him with any frequency in his home? Lunch or something like that?
I think he was close to the Dodge brothers as much as anyone. But again, he was a fellow who I think liked to who came to Gamwell to a certain extent to get away from some of that. And I think that we liked to reach out to him, maybe even a little bit more than he wanted to reach out to us. He kind of kept us at arm's length a bit.
Well, Reverend, you say he was a city man, and you're not the first person to tell us that. It does make me wonder, however, no offense to this fine community, which looks lovely, but why a city man would purchase a home at this distance from his city?
Well, you'll know. Stay in Gamwell a few days. You'll know. It's a lovely community, very peaceful, good folk here, salt of the earth.
We're actually on planning on staying at the mansion. We will be in Gadwell for a couple of days.
Well, then come around Sunday. You'll be welcome here.
Wow. That's mighty kind of you.
Thank you for the invitation.
Yes. Well, I'll look forward to seeing you all here.
Do you have any good diners or cafes? You know.
Well, yeah, there's a cafe downtown. It's Ruth's. You should try their peach pie. It's delicious.
Sounds good.
One more thing. How long have the Dodge brothers been in town? Do you know their history?
Oh, well, they've lived here their whole lives. All of the brothers. I think that the only time they've been away from the city is when they went to the Miskatonic for law school, or for, well, I don't think, for whatever, I don't know. They didn't get their law degree from there, but they went there for college and such.
Do you know if they've always handled the transfer of the estate to the next owner?
I believe that they have been tied to that estate for some time now. Again, there being, the Dodge brothers being the biggest law outfit in Gamwell, and that being the biggest house, I suppose it stands to reason.
Oh, certainly.
All right. Well, so, the tea's ready.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Okay, so you enjoy your tea. It's delicious, and coffee and whatever else you want. He has some cookies that are decent. And so yeah, what now?
Would you be able to let us know where we could find Sheriff Whitford?
Well, I would imagine unless he's tracking down some ne'er-do-wells, he'll be at the sheriff's office.
So he's still a sheriff around here, huh?
Oh yes. Well, again, he was a young fella back when that bad business occurred, and so he does the job well.
I'm sure that makes you feel safe.
Oh yes, he does. Again, but not that I need a sheriff to feel safe in Gamwell. This town here, it's not like Boston where people get murdered on the streets every night. This is a safe place. We like it here.
I can see why.
So, no offense meant, but it's such a nice church and cemetery. Do you have any particularly nice tombstones? Because I know that sometimes out here, people go to extra lengths to put up a nice tombstone.
Well, we don't have those sorts of folks here. Honestly, folks around here in Gamwell, we don't like to put on airs. But I suppose that the Fitzgerald grave, him being in textiles and all, would probably be the biggest headstone out there. But still, it's modest.
Did they had they put something down for their eldest son who died before in the war?
Well, no. No. I mean, that was a bad business there.
I understand. It was a troubling time. It was a troubling time.
It was, and wars like that. A lot of the boys who came back from the Great War were changed.
Yeah. So
Bob,
I hear.
Bob, I take a look around the church. Anything on the walls or any religious iconography elements that I find might be unusual, different?
Well, yeah. I mean, so
at a place for a congregational church.
Yeah, go ahead. Make. There's no need to make a roll really there, okay. Dr. Chapman, because this is you austere as you would expect for a congregational church, right? So there's the almost the presence of any religious iconography would be noteworthy, but seeing as there is the absence of that, it's pretty much it's what you would expect.
Okay. So do I see anything so much as a King James version of the Bible laying around someplace?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, there would be a Bible for sure.
Hymnals, those sorts of things. Okay.
Okay, so all right, so Reverend Clark, treats you to some coffee or tea and some cookies, and then he begs then he needs to return to the clearing of those beds.
Reverend, would you mind if we took a walk through the cemetery while we're here?
Please, feel free. It's a peaceful place. And look back on the folks that are put to rest there.
Thank you for all your help. We do appreciate.
Oh well, it's always nice to meet nice folks, and I'll see you this Sunday.
Looking forward to it. Thank you for your time.
All right. Okay, so I'm assuming, Mr. Michinski, that you do indeed follow through on your statement there and walk through the graveyard.
Yeah, I was looking at particular the dates.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Again, they run the gamut from very old, right, around the founding of the country and beyond, up through the Civil War and up to right to today. The latest graves being the folks who have passed over the winter. You do find the names of the folks that you become familiar with now, the Fitzgeralds, the tragic Kerwin graves of young Susan and Sarah and Harold, along with their mother, Gloria. And then as your journey continues, you see the graves of Henry and Martha.
Do we see any signs that these have been visited? Like sometimes people leave a little, maybe a coin or a stone or a flower on any of these particular graves.
Again, not surprisingly, amongst the Fitzgeralds, that being so long ago, no. But you do see that some folks still visit, like Gloria's grave and the children's graves. Those graves do appear to have been visited. Not so much with the Franklins.
Are the Franklins the oldest?
Yeah, they are. They aren't the. Okay, so no, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. They were the oldest when they died. Those were actually the newer graves that they passed in 1911 and 1918. And the Fitzgeralds were in 1865 and then 1895 for the Kerwins.
Are the Fitzgeralds some of the oldest graves in the cemetery, or are they older?
No, not really. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, they're graves that are in the 1700s, for this community. It being an old place, in the oldest place of this country.
But the Kerwins have been visited, which is highly curious, especially since Mr. Arthur Kerwin has never been found.
Mm-hmm.
Where is that? All right.
Are there other Kerwins?
No, there's not. They're not. You can definitely tell that they're. You look around and there's. I mean, again, you don't. It's not like you make an exhaustive library, or of this, but you don't see Kerwins. But you do recall, perhaps, that they were from Albany.
What was left of the Kerwin grave?
Pardon me?
What was left at the Kerwins?
At a little sachet of flowers, right, and like lavender.
Okay. Take note of these particular flowers.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
If they're grown in a particular garden around town, perhaps.
Sure.
Lavender's pretty distinctive, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so where to next?
Shall we pay Sheriff Whitford a visit before we head up to the house?
Or in town?
Sure. Wouldn't mind getting a piece of pie, though. I mean, if we get closer to dinner time, maybe stop in and.
I agree. Some food.
At Ruth's?
Wouldn't say no to a slice of pie.
At Ruth's, yeah.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah. What time is it, Bob?
Okay, so you've been again. You've got here around noon. Talked with the Dodge brothers. Went to the library. visited the Reverend. So it's probably around 3 in the afternoon, 3:30.
Okay. So we'll talk to the sheriff and then stop in Ruth's for
Supper?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, good idea.
All right. So you go to the sheriff's office. Again, you know, a fairly small place that you would expect to see in a small little community. When you walk up the steps to this to the office and open the door, you see that there's it's not a big place, to be sure. There's a couple desks there. There's one fellow, a severe looking fellow, typing away, and as he types, you know, again, it's like he's having a personal conflict with the typewriter, hitting the keys so hard. And so I've shared a photo of him with you. So that is the fellow, and he looks up and help you.
Good afternoon. My name is Oliver MITCHINSKI. I'm with Diamond Investigations. This here is my team of fellow investigators. We're looking for Sheriff Whitford. Is he about?
Well, you must be a crack ace detective there, Mr. MITCHINSKI, because I'm Sheriff Whitford.
Pleasure to meet you, Sheriff Whitford. Sorry to interrupt your duty. I was wondering if we could take a moment of your time to ask you a few questions about Mr. Arthur Cornthwaite and his disappearance.
Well, you already are, so I guess you can.
Well, from a former police officer to a current one, I do appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Now we've come to understand that you've been involved in the law enforcement of this small town for going on 40 years.
Yeah, I mean that's this small town.
Yeah. You like it?
Well, I'm not looking to leave anytime soon. It's a good community. We don't have there's good people here.
You
Not many.
From here? You from here, sir?
Born and bred. Lived here my whole life.
So I'm sure you're aware that the Dodge brothers, they hired us to look after the whereabouts of Mr. Cornthwaite.
Yep. Have you solved that mystery yet?
Well, we've only been here a few hours, so the mystery is still evolving.
Well, it's good to know that you know you're human.
Right. Well, we were particularly had a few questions concerning the estate that Mr. Cornthwaite resides upon. We understand that you were around during the tragedy that happened 30 years ago.
Yeah, I
on duty.
Telling you, not a day goes by, not a day goes by, but I don't think about that.
Well, I hate to rehash bad memories, but if there's any details about that you could tell us? Could you fill us in on what you saw, what you experienced? Could help us with our current investigation.
All I'm telling you is that I hope that Kerwin, I hope he's alive. Because I'm telling you, if he is, I will shoot him down like the dog that he is.
Those are strong words, Sheriff. Why would you say that?
Oh, well, if you saw the butchery that fella perpetrated on those children and that fine lady, you, sir, if you didn't share my sentiment, I wouldn't have no time of day for you.
Bet you were happy to get the Franklins in there, keep the farm boys out, trying to find ghosts and whatnot. I know how boys are.
Bunch of damn fools. Yeah, the Fitzgeralds, they were good, or the Franklins were good people, salt of the earth.
So no word from the husband.
Kerwin?
Yeah.
Is that who you're talking about?
That's what I'm talking about, Mr. Kerwin.
I don't know where that son of a bitch is. I tracked him for years. For years, sir. I looked around that place, sniffed around. I went up to big cities like Boston and New York, looking where, see, I even went to that Albany where he was from, finding if he went slinking back there, and I could never find him. He disappeared, but I'm hoping that son of a is still out there. Apologies, ladies. Let my temper get away from me at times.
Understand, sir.
The newspaper article sounded like it was horrific, just a horrific crime.
No, they painted a pretty picture.
Yeah.
It was worse. Seeing it with my own eyes.
Did you know Mr. Kerwin Pryor very well? Prior to
He was an odd fella, always real twitchy. Should have seen something coming, but you know, him being an outsider and all, I gave him a little bit of a leeway. Haven't made that mistake since.
Now, how long had they lived on the Fitzgerald estate before?
Oh,
that terrible.
Yeah, they barely lived there a year. Apparently, he brought whatever malady he had afflicting him with him from his life up in Albany when he came here to Gamewell.
Now, are you worried about Mr. Cornthwaite, sir, with all the goings on?
I don't think there's nothing to it at all. I think Cornthwaite went off on one of his gallivanting trips around the globe. He had fired all his staff, so he was looking to leave. It's nothing that we need to open up and that's what I told the Dodge boys, but they wouldn't listen, and so they went and hired all of you to come in here and sniff around.
What's your opinion on the Dodge brothers?
Yeah, they're lawyers.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Those two words say a lot.
Yep. So all I'm saying is that I don't want you all causing trouble in this community. You look like decent sorts, but you know, but I don't think you're going to find anything with Cornthwaite, and he'll show up like he did a few years ago. Although I hope that he isn't as off kilter as he was when he came back from that trip.
You ever had any troubles with Mr. Cornthwaite? Any concerns? Any calls to his home?
No. He was a highfalutin sort, right? He you know, had his fancy car and fancy clothes, you know, and he liked to wear his little pinky ring and play up that he was from the big city. But other than that, I never had no problem with him.
Aside from being a wealthy man, did he have any other eccentricities of note?
He didn't like, apparently didn't think too much of us, other than those lawyers over there. I guess if you didn't go to a fancy college, he didn't have no time for you, because he brought in all his people to work there.
You say he was off kilter after a recent trip. Did you speak with him after his most recent expedition?
Well, I mean, the whole town, I mean, we welcomed him back like he was a big deal, and he'd act like we had done some offense to the fella. I mean,
Really?
it was just this shy of a ticker tape parade when the man came back from South America, right? We welcomed him back, and he acted like we had were putting him out to do it. All he wanted to do was get back to his house and sulk or whatever. It was rude.
That seems really unusual.
Yeah.
What we have heard that it was quite a stressful voyage for him this time.
Yeah. It looked like maybe he had bitten off a little bit more than he could chew when he got out there, you know, amongst those jungles out there. I can only imagine what it would have been like. And so he weren't a tough fella, right? So he probably wasn't cut out for it at all.
I see.
Was there any mention or any observation of when Mr. Cornthwaite returned of him bringing back anything with him?
Well, I don't know anything about that. So, when did you all get in town?
A few hours ago, around noon.
So you haven't been
We
here.
drove.
You didn't get here yesterday. Haven't been here overnight.
Did something happen yesterday or overnight?
Well, No, no, I wouldn't say that.
Can I psychology roll?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, for sure. I mean, don't get any. You can roll that with a bonus die. I mean, it's pretty apparent.
Yeah, I made it.
No,
Yeah.
a 70.
I mean, there's clearly something's happened, right? Clearly something has happened, but yeah.
Now, Sheriff, if there's anything we can help with, we'd like to help. I mean, everybody in this community has been very kind to us, and we're merely, under Mr. Michinski's guidance here, we're looking to simply bring home a son of the community. So if something did occur.
All right. Well, all right.
From man of the shield to a man of the shield, you can trust us.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and make a psychology roll, or pardon me, not a psychology roll, a persuade roll.
Charm.
Like that. Charm. Yeah. Just let me know what you rolled.
Yes, 32 out of 40.
Perfect. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, it's nothing. It's nothing. I mean, just I have to ask, right? You understand, fella? You understand? What was your name again? Michinski?
Michinski.
Yeah. Oh, you understand. I mean, you gotta question folks. But a farmer's lost a horse. A valuable animal. Lost his, and we just don't know what happened to it. And just asking around. Again, some folks here, they a little suspicious of outsiders.
Yeah.
But he lost it, like it died.
Oh, it ran off, or somebody took it.
Oh.
I went out there, and I don't know what would happen to it. It didn't look like there's no tracks or anything. It was just like a real heavy dew was out there. So it would have been pretty easy to see if someone had traipsed up there and swiped his horse, but there was no tracks or anything like that.
Would you mind if we took a look?
Help yourself. I mean,
While we're in town, could shelter? Where was that? What farm was that on?
It was Watkins' farm, Seb Watkins. You could go there. I mean, you're going to be going right by there if you go up to the Fitzgerald house.
We appreciate that. So yeah, we'll take a look if there's anything. Sometimes having multiple eyes on a situation can shed some extra light.
Well, yeah, good luck with that. I don't think you'll find anything, but I'm sure you have your big city detection techniques that a yokel like myself has no idea about.
I would never consider your time on the job as being a yokel.
Mm-hmm.
You've obviously kept this community in tip-top shape.
Well, it's a good place to live, raise family.
Sheriff, I'm happy to write up a report for you of anything that we do find.
Yeah, well, you can tell I'm not much of a typist.
A competent woman in your office would help it run much more efficiently.
If you find one, let me know.
Right.
All right. So anything else?
Hey, Ruth's Diner, what would you recommend we order?
Well, I like to go up there and get the Johnny cakes, and sometimes they have a pretty good corned beef.
Thank you, sir.
Particularly fond of the Manhattan. How was hers?
It's all right. We can go for fancy things like that here. We like to keep our gravy and our roast beef separate.
With a name like Manhattan.
You don't need no fancy things like a Manhattan here. Damn well. It's decadent. All right.
Well, Sheriff, thanks again. We'll let you know if we find anything up at the Watkins farm.
All right, perfect. All right, thank you. All right, so you leave the sheriff's office, and by now it's probably around 4:30. Drawing on, and you can see that it's getting pretty dark, right? The sun is setting because it's February, right? So there you go.
Pie time.
Pie time.
All right.
Can we walk to the diner?
Oh yeah, I mean, again, you've been walking everywhere you go, and so you can walk over to the diner, beat the rush. Some blue-haired old ladies are there.
At 4:30, everybody's eating supper.
Yeah. So I mean, again, you're changing the age demographic for sure at Ruth's, but that's okay. So I mean, again, it's a nice little place, with just a few tables and a counter. You walk in, and all of a sudden it's a rush. And so a young lady walks over and says, "Well, welcome to Ruth's. I'm Penny, and here, I guess you all can have a seat at this table here. There's barely enough space now that you've come in. And she takes your orders, and comes back a little bit later. Seems to be a charming young lady."
So, did you hear what happened at the Watkins farm?
Who?
The Watkins farm?
The Watkins farm? I don't know. No Watkins.
No Watkins?
No.
Oh, okay. Well,
what happened?
Well, a horse ran off.
Oh. Is that why you're all here?
Nah, but I heard
Are you
about
horse
it.
investigators?
No, just interested farmers.
You're farmers. You don't look like farmers.
Well, sometimes when I have the time.
I see. Oh, no, I didn't hear that. Let me ask the cook, Ronnie.
Yeah.
Ronnie! Do you know this? The Watkins? Yeah. Yeah, he knows them. The horse ran off. What? And so this goes on for a while. It's not exactly shattering news to the community. They seem to be managing. So and again, so you're served. Penny comes around. She's very, very. She's young. Doesn't necessarily have the pulse of the community apparently, but she is a keen, deft hand at serving you your food. And yeah, you enjoy a good meal.
Coffee's really good.
I asked her specifically.
Can I just roll? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Kit.
I was going to say, I asked her specifically if Mr. Cornwaith had ever come in to have a piece of pie or to talk with anyone in here, if he was a regular.
Yes, he did. He came in here. He drove his own car in here, and he would get a pie and have coffee. And he was a real nice fella and a good tipper too.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Can I roll listen just to eavesdrop on the other page?
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
Oh, actually, yeah.
Oh, great. So yeah, again, not really surprising, Debbie. You all are the talk of the town, as you are strangers, and so they're wondering what you're all doing here, but seen as unless you're doing anything really extravagant, they lose interest and go back to talking about their mundane lives, which is just that.
Okay. Boring.
More, yeah. Yes, to be fair. All right, so you do notice that towards the end, a fella walks in, kind of a big, almost kind of larger than life sort of individual. Comes in wearing a hat, sits down at the counter, slaps his hat down on the seat beside him, and says, "Penny, can you round me up a sandwich? I got to get back to the office here, so I don't have much time to eat. But I do have time for pie." And it's this fellow here. I'll send you I'll show you a photo of the man. And so he jokes around with Penny a little bit, but you notice it's a pretense. It's a pretense, really. I mean, he is here and he's kind of looking over at you and just kind of like, you know, if you see him looking at you, he'll like, you know, oh, you know, like wave to you all, you know, and he's not making it, certainly not disguising the fact that he's noticing the newcomers to town.
Whenever we make contact, I give him the high sign.
Okay.
When he says there's always, you know, he's got time for pie, I said there's always time for pie.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. You should try that. Try the peach pie here. It's very good. And you know, he will take that as an invitation to open up conversation with you, whether or not you wanted it. Well, I noticed y'all drive up. What brings you to Gamwell?
Well, sir, I didn't catch your name. I'm sorry.
Oh. Well, you know, I'm sorry. That's poor manners on my part. I'm Stam Artemis. Stam Artemis. I'm the editor of the Gamwell Gazette here, our little local paper.
We have read some articles from your paper, sir.
Oh, well, that's fantastic. Yeah, well, you know, hey, you know, I'm always looking for some news. Maybe you'll be in an article. How would you like that?
I turn and continue to eat my food and ignore him, being not a fan of journalistic integrity.
All right.
Private investigators need to stay.
Yeah.
Cover a little bit.
So, who did your papers endorse in the election in 24? Did you go with the local scoundrel Coolidge, or did you strike out in a progressive manner for the Farmers Party?
Well, you know, being a largely farmers community, I'll let you you know, make that guess there, sir.
Well, I hope so. It's a sad thing that he didn't win.
Well,
instead, we got this stuffed suit in office.
Well, you know, again, it's you know, politics is an interesting game. You never know who's gonna come in. But you know, so are you running for office there? Is that why you're here?
Oh no. I'm just a ex-military young old man.
Oh, there you go. Well, a lot of young old men came back from the war.
Exactly. And you hear what they did with our bonus. I mean, sure, we just got it, but 20 years. We have to wait 20 years before we cash it. I mean, come on.
That's a tough break there. Right. Tough break.
And then Cal didn't even want to sign it. The Senate and the House had to force him. At least those politicians did something right.
Well, you know, you can't trust a politician.
Exactly.
Make a mistake.
Exactly.
All right. Well, yeah. So you're not here for politics, and why are you here? If I can ask. I mean, I don't know.
Well, it's such a nice town. Such a nice town.
All right.
You know, I don't farm not that, you know, a couple hours away, you know, and it's always land around here, text house, right? Text house.
Well, again, you know, it'll be I think you'll like the community, and again, if you want to talk to somebody who really knows and can show you the inside track, you know, look me up, Stan Artemis.
Yeah.
How long have you been the editor?
Oh shoot, I've been working at the paper. You know, I grew up here in this little town. I was a cub reporter. Then I became the editor. I got a fellow working for me, a young guy. He's gonna do the same thing. You know, he's out covering some stories right now. Otherwise, I'd introduce you to him. But you know, he's a good kid.
We heard there was a missing horse. Is he covering that story?
Well, you know, he is. He went out there to Seb Watkins to talk to him a bit, you know, see what's going on, you know, with that whole thing. And we'll see what the real story is there. If anybody can get it, it's Joey. He's sharp. He's sharp as a tack.
You don't think the horse just run off?
It might. I mean, it's not like we have bandits here that come and rustling horses. We don't have anything like that. So, you know, who knows?
That's
You know what they do to horse thieves after all? They hang them.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Bet the sheriff would too. Probably
Yeah,
just.
that's the sheriff. He's a no-nonsense fella. You know, he really
Yeah.
is. So he's definitely is not going to take any guff from anybody. So,
Especially if they're outsiders, right?
oh yeah, he's not fond of outsiders, and y'all are outsiders. So I didn't catch why you were here.
Well, you know,
What
just
did
take
you
a look.
say again?
Don't
Take a
remember
look.
mentioning it.
Oh, all right.
I didn't catch how long you've been working with the newspaper.
Oh, I've been working. I've been working for the newspaper. I mean, you know, you wouldn't know it from looking at me, but I'm 43 years old. Yeah, I know. I get it. People tell me that all the time, how youthful I look. But you know, I think it's just, you know, because you know, I'm healthy. You know, so it keeps me looking young. But no, I've been working for the newspaper for 19 years.
Wow.
So we heard there was been some tragedies in this town over the.
I'm telling you, there has been. I mean, some folks have had a bad turn every so often. You
Were you friends with the Kerwin kids?
the Kerwin kids? Oh no, that was a sad story. I'm telling you. You know, I remember hearing about that. That's a bad business there. Bad business.
That was one of the articles we read about.
Oh yeah. So interesting line of for reading. It's kind of grim and gruesome.
Any follow-up journalistic work on the disappearance of Mr. Kerwin?
Well, that's scallywag. Who knows what where he ended up? But you know, again, I hope he came to a bad end. A fellow like that doing that to his family, it puts a man off his pie.
I don't know if that's possible.
Oh, it is. It is, sir. With a story like that.
You didn't write that story. You were too young.
I was just a pup.
Yeah.
Just a pup.
So you're a man about town.
I like to
You
think I
know,
am.
a man who knows people.
Yes. I have to in my line of business.
I have a bit of sentimentality in myself, and I was wondering, I'd like to take some flowers and drop them off on the graveside of that tragic family. My grandmother said lavender is always good luck. I don't know if
Okay.
you know where I could find.
Where you find some lavender?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think that maybe you could go to like the Bartels 5 and Dime. Maybe they would have something like that.
Is that just down the street?
Yeah, just down the street. I mean, that's real nice of you to want to do something like that. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, but I mean, they're the Bartels. They've you'll have to come back tomorrow. They've closed up for the day.
We can do that.
So, but you're staying overnight.
We are actually. We're staying at Mr. Cornway's.
Oh, really? Okay, that's interesting. Is he back in town?
You know, as a matter of fact, we have some business with him. We're looking for him. We're hoping to see him soon.
Oh, okay. So,
have you heard anything about maybe a previous expedition that he's gone on, or when we could expect him back?
Well, I know he went in 23. He went in 23.
Sometime.
But you're saying that he's on another expedition?
Well, we don't know. Haven't been able to get a hold of him.
Oh, so that's what you're here for.
Well, we'd like to speak with him, of course.
Yeah. Okay.
Pie.
What now?
Here's the pie.
Oh, you're here for the pie. You're a funny lady, but I haven't been a reporter this long to be put off so easily. I got to sniff a story. I got a nose for it.
What do you know about Mr. Cornwaith?
Oh, he's an interesting fella, you know. I liked him, you know. When he first got here, he was real talkative, you know, real good with, you know, he gave me a lot of stories to tell, you know. But, you know, he got his nose bent out of joint when he went on that last expedition and came back and you know, he told me the two things I never want to hear.
Which is?
No comment.
Oh. So you never got anything else out of him?
He didn't want to talk about it. He didn't want to talk about that story.
I heard it was quite an adventure.
Well, I mean, again.
Did he talk to you about other things after that point, though?
Do what now, sir?
Did he talk about other things after that point, though? Or did he just go recluse?
Well, I mean, he was fine up until the past few months, and then he took a kind of an odd bent, right? He became pretty you know, nervous and certainly didn't have time for me. And I always thought I'd been friendly with him, you know, he would tip his hat to me on, but now he would cross the street to get away from me. So some folks are like that. Some folks are like that. But what are you going to do?
He gave you no indication as to why he wouldn't sit down and have a conversation with you?
Well, recently he always he acted like he was always had business that was going to take him away. Had to get back home. Became a real homebody. You know, didn't want to. Maybe he was having problems with his people because he never wanted to be away from his home for very long. Maybe they were still in the silverware.
Ever get to know any of his help?
Oh, there were a bunch of out of town folk. You know, none of them had really. They were all. You know, pretty uninteresting individuals, not like Cornthwaite himself. They were all just, you know, domestics and whatnot. Pretty closed mouth for the most part, really didn't want to talk to me.
They're ever coming to town?
Oh, I think he had sent them in for errands to pick up some dry goods and to run to Bartell's and that sort of thing, maybe to pick up a pie from here. But, you know, they were no account. Nothing to write about for sure.
You ever get a sense of how many staff he retained in his home?
I didn't pay attention.
Okay.
Have you ever been to the home?
Oh, of course, yeah, of course. I've been out there a couple times to talk to Cornthwaite. You know, when the Franklins were there, you know, I talked to them, but they were there was no news there. Cornthwaite was a big story.
Yeah.
Cashed in on that. He was a good fellow to talk to early on, but you know, nothing ever lasts. You know, what are you going to do?
Anything that you noticed in particular about the house?
Well, I mean, you know, Cornthwaite, you know, kind of, you know, he came out with you know, and you know, he did a lot of work, but it must have been, you know, Cornthwaite did some work, right? The Franklins were older folk, you know, they didn't have the energy to really put into it, you know. So Franklin, when they passed, then Cornthwaite bought the place. Cornthwaite bought the place, and you know, again, he brought all his money from out of town here to fix up the place. And so, you know, I visited Cornthwaite, you know, about right around Christmas, right? Because I was doing a story about some of the local businesses that were collecting presents for charity, and I thought, you know, Cornthwaite's, you know, he's a fat cat. I'll go talk to him and see if he wants to, you know, to get in on this, right? To you know, to be a generous citizen. So I got out there, and I'm going to tell you right now, Cornthwaite brought in all of his fancy people from out of town, all these private individuals to fix up that place. And he got the job done on him, because that's some shoddy work that they did. That place is falling apart. It's falling apart. It's worse now than it was. It's worse now than it was when he bought it.
What kind of work were they doing?
They were just doing some renovations, to painting the place, you know, fixing some things up, you know, making it all fancy and you know, befitting of a fellow like Cornthwaite, you know, who's used to the finer things.
Are we going to be unsafe there to stay overnight?
Well, I don't think it's going to fall down around you, but it definitely looks like, you know, he got the big city treatment. He got the big city treatment, right?
Taking advantage of his pocketbook.
Yep. Yep. You know, so some pretty shoddy workmanship, not like you would get from the boys around town.
So tell us about the shoddy workmanship. What do they do?
You know, I didn't, you know, again, Cornthwaite met me at the door then, and he stepped outside, even though it was a cold day, right? So he kept me outside on the stoop on that cold day, and so, but I could look at the porch sagging, and I could look in at some of the wallpaper hanging off the walls there inside, and I was like, you know, I didn't want to say anything to the man, you know, I was trying to butter him up to get some donations, but whew, I don't know.
Did you ever detect if he put any lawsuits in versus his contractors or anything?
Well, you have to check with those Dodge boys. They would know about that.
You ever been in that big, beautiful house?
Oh, well, yeah.
You've been inside?
What now?
You've been inside?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, again, the Franklins, I visited the Franklins again. They were good folk, just nothing to write home about, right?
But you haven't been inside since Cornthwaite bought it.
Oh, no, ma'am. Cornthwaite was a cordial fella, say around 1920 and 21. You know, he would have host events there, you know. And so I got out my suit and tie and went on over there, you know, and, cut a rug and, enjoyed myself there. So, yeah. And the house, again, on the surface, those New York boys, they did a fine job fancying that place up. Just didn't last.
So things changed after he got back from the expedition.
Well, yeah, he changed. The house fell apart. So, yeah, nothing, again.
What a shame.
Yeah. What do you?
Well, hopefully when he comes back, he'll hire some good old boys.
Yeah,
come down and get it fixed on right.
For sure, and that would be a story there itself. You know, talk about how about the folk of Gamwell, how we all come together and help out our latest and greatest son.
Yeah. Well, that would be a great story.
It would, yeah. All right. Well, again, I'm going to enjoy this pie, but I don't want to take up any more of your time. Maybe I'll come calling, and see how y'all are getting up in that house. And so he pays his tab and walks out.
I finished my pie, and I think I'm ready to go if everybody else is.
Yeah. Finish coffee, finish pie, and be on our way.
And coffee.
All right, perfect. All right, so you're heading to the house?
Perfect. Yeah. I think we should stop by the farm tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. We're going to see much tonight.
Perfect. All right.
I just realized I was agreeing with you on mute. It was great.
All right, so let's go ahead, guys, and take a break right here. Let me see. So, okay, we'll take like a 10-minute break. Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
Oof.
It's like we never left.
All right, and so we are back. All right, so you finished in town and now are coming back into the community or driving away from the community, driving away out.
Let's take us to the Cornthwaite Manse.
Well, yeah, to the well, of course, the Fitzgerald mansion, right? So it's about 10 miles outside of Gamwell.
Please drive carefully.
Pardon me?
Oh.
I'm asking Whoop to please drive carefully.
Oh, well, yeah.
You know better than that.
Had it not been for this warm snap, you would have been more concerned. But again, no worries about ice at this point. Driving out there, it's a peaceful drive, 10 miles outside the city. There you are at the Fitzgerald estate. As you drive out there, you do pass through farm country. You you know, say around the 9-mile mark or whatever, you do pass a farm. When you arrive at the Fitzgerald estate, you extrapolate that must have been, you know, the farm that you heard about with the missing horse. But yeah, so you drive up to the Fitzgerald residence, and you know it's a nice place. You know, there is you know, it has a circle. You can kind of see that there's a circle gate or circle drive up by the actual estate. Maybe not so much a drive, but a walkway. And there is you know, a nice stone wall, right? I mean, a pretty impressive wall, if you will, around the place. You don't know if it's necessarily so much to keep people out as much as an ornamental wall, but it does definitely add a certain amount of you know, sort of ambiance to the place. Really kind of makes it stately. But yeah, but when you do get up there, you do see that the gate itself is closed. The gate is closed. So you won't be able to drive up to the house itself at this point. So yeah, I will share with you all a map of the place, because again, you can see most of these things from the drive. So I'm sharing that map with you all now. So all right. So yeah. So there you go. And just kind of tell me what you would like to do as you're driving by the property there.
Wow. And
well, I figure I'll just pull up to the gate.
Yeah. Okay.
A spiked stone wall is what we see.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's interesting. Does this stone wall seem to be in fairly good condition?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it doesn't appear to be falling apart or anything. I mean, you know, maybe here and there, you know, a few pieces of loose mortar and things like that. But you know, again, it's a mortared stone wall, so it's not bricks, but you know, stones in mortar. And atop it, you know, there is some spikes, maybe ornamental, maybe not.
Okay.
I would love to take a drive around this circle.
I think that's an excellent suggestion. Yeah, let's. You take us slowly once around. We can take a look at things.
Is the wall made out of local stone, I take it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So Whoop, the problem that you run into is the gate shut.
So I'll hop out.
Okay.
And head on up. And is it like locked or chained or anything?
It is, as a matter of fact, padlocked shut.
Oh.
So I have a couple of hairpins.
Yeah. I mean, I could give it a try.
Yeah, well,
do you want to give it a try?
If you have a certain set of skills, Whoop, go ahead, give it a shot.
Right, Debbie, that seems to be an oversight on their part. Is that what I heard you say?
Yes, I'm flummoxed that they will not have unlocked the gates for us.
Or at least provided a key or
mentioned.
I'll just give it a try here. And it's a little harder than I thought it was. 43 out of 40.
Well, then you know,
points.
It's a little bit difficult.
Luck there.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I'll just burn 3 luck then. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So after that, you spend a minute fiddling around with the lock. Again, it's late. You know, it was dark. You know, it took you longer than you expected, but after a moment, that lock does indeed fall away.
Okay.
Good job, Henry.
So you drive up to the manor then?
Yeah.
For sure. All right.
Actually, I think they wanted. I think you, the Miss Driscoll wanted me to take a tour around the circle.
You said that was
I'd love to see the back of the house.
Sure. Well, you can do that. I won't say no, but it is a footpath that you'd be driving around.
Oh, footpath. Oh no, we'll just go up around the circle. Okay. Is there no garage or anything like that?
There doesn't appear to be. Well, there's an outbuilding there, but it doesn't look large enough to be a garage. Per se.
Is there a vehicle or anything?
Well, when you drive up there, you do indeed see that you know, there's a Model T sitting there.
Oh, interesting. Are any of the lights on?
No. Of course, that's why you didn't see the Model T until you drove up there, because the place is very, very dark.
It's very dark. Okay. And I'm guessing we saw this little outhouse. No, I don't want to say an outhouse, but a shed away from the house, and that's a footpath that leads to that as well.
Yeah, indeed it is. Yeah.
All right.
So as you drive up to the Fitzgerald estate, you know, it's your first opportunity really to see it. And again, it's not perfect by any means because it's dark. But the headlamps do illuminate the facade of the building, and in such a fashion that you kind of get a glimpse of it, right? Kind of take it all in. And you know, maybe it's a trick of the light. Maybe it's just that you're not seeing it under the light of the sun. But you know, the place looks, I guess, a little off kilter, right? How it's built, and it just it doesn't look perfectly symmetrical like you're used to seeing a house. And again, it's a subtle sort of a thing. So you do attribute it largely to a trick of the light. It's just that you know, it looks a little crooked, like it's maybe not perfectly constructed. Maybe under the weight of the years.
Given the age of the house, do we see any cracks along the foundation, or you know, beneath the steps that go up? I mean, is there any significant shifting of the house that we would notice?
You know, you get out of the car and you step up, and you do see that there's a few cracks that appear to be in the foundation, you know, along the base. And you know, just again, the house is constructed of wood, right? So it's not like, you know, you see, you know, the bricks, you know, the telltale signs of bricks shifting or anything like that. But again, you know, it's just, you know, maybe a little bit off, just a little bit.
Does it look like it's sinking?
You wouldn't say that. You wouldn't say that like it's sinking, just maybe a little bit, maybe a settling perhaps.
Okay. So if we're looking at the map, the southeast corner of the house, I don't know which way is actually north, but the lower right corner, is that a downed tree?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, it sure is. Mm-hmm.
Does it look like it fell naturally, like, or lightning strike, or?
No, you think it was probably under just, you know, perhaps a storm that happened earlier. You know, again, it's hard to say, you know, just from the car itself.
Well, Ollie, I tell you what, given the state of this residence, I think the old boy just packed up and left.
I don't blame him. It doesn't look like a most welcoming home to come to after a long day's work or a journey far away.
Yeah. Well, no, it's seen some years. We don't know. Let's try the door.
Yeah, Dovey, you would say that this house, you know, is certainly, I mean, when it was new, you would have seen, this would have been a beautiful home. And it does appear to have, it does appear to have suffered. And you're surprised to hear that it had been recently renovated, because it certainly doesn't look like it now.
I hate to see them deteriorate like this. I hope he's kept up the inside a little better than he has the exterior.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and take a look, Debbie. I piqued my curiosity given the condition of what we're seeing, and it's late and it's quite dark, and I'll give it a benefit of the doubt until morning. But yeah, let's go in and take a look around.
I know this doesn't need to be said, but keep an eye out for everything or anything that could point to the whereabouts of Mr. Cornway.
Before heading inside,
we're going to walk in with the assumption that he is, in fact, missing.
All right.
Before heading in, I'm going to head over to the Model T and see if it's if there's any reason that we've been left behind, like obvious disrepair or anything like that.
Yeah, you go and you look at it, Whoop, and you know, give it a once over. You know, you take a look. Go ahead and make a mechanical repair roll. You know,
that's magnificent. I got a 99 out of 75.
You know, it's really dark. You know,
it's dark.
And,
really dark.
Dark.
You know, you light a match, right? You light a match. You open the hood. You light a match to look, and you drop the match, and you drop it, and it lands on the engine block. And unfortunately, there was some oil that had spilled on the engine block. And so when that starts on fire, you're for a moment you're taken aback. it begins to spread very quickly. Then you shut the hood, and quickly the flame smothers. But you walk away.
You all right there, Henry?
Oh yeah, just standard car fire, perfectly normal.
Standard car fire.
That moment of extra firelight.
Yeah,
And I'm up by the. I think I'm up by the. Walking toward the front door. Does that give me enough light to see or notice anything particular or unique?
About as you're walking up to the house?
Yeah.
Not really. I mean, again, the home is kind of as I described it. I mean, it certainly is not. It's not helped by the flickering flame that lights it from behind.
Burning car.
The very normal car.
And again, that in and of itself, it's distracting. So to the contrary, instead of focusing on the house, your attention's drawn to what's happening behind you.
Yeah.
Because there's a car on fire, which you think that's an interesting thing why you don't know why Whoop would have done that, but it's a strategy, you suppose.
It voted for Coolidge
for nothing.
It's a feature from Ford.
Yeah, it's a self-lighting engine.
Yeah.
Not an engine heater.
I told you to drive carefully.
All right. So yeah,
our car isn't on fire.
Exactly. So you step inside, or tell me what you're doing.
Trying the door. The doctor and I were right there at the door.
Is there like a porch?
Yeah. So there is a bit of a porch. You step up, and as you get there, you see that the door. Who's trying the door?
I'll try the door.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you do that, it's a little stiff, right? It doesn't immediately open, which you kind of are a bit surprised by. First you think, is it locked? But no, it's not locked. It's not locked. It's just a little. The door's a little stiff, and so
I may have to ask for some help. I'm kind of little.
Oh, okay, yeah. So apparently, Miss Novak's struggling with the door.
Oh, I'll assist. I'll help her push it open.
Okay, well, that's very gallant of you there, Dr. Chapman. And so when you do, the door just gives away, and it's just kind of like, it scrapes a little bit, and then it comes open. And so there you are inside, looking into the interior of the home. The entryway there, gosh, it's kind of a bit surprising, because when you look inside, you definitely see that the house itself has fallen in disrepair.
Oh, for shame!
Does not look renovated.
No, yeah, you would never have had you not been told by a fairly reliable source that this home had been recently renovated. You would not have guessed that. That would not have been because again, it looks bad. I mean, you're seeing that the ceiling, there are portions of plaster where it's sagging. It looks like other areas where it has fallen. Some plaster's fallen, and it just and there's in the corners of the room you definitely see telltale signs of mold growing. It looks like the place is suffering.
Smell hidden. Chaosium, make a smell roll.
See, the much sought after smell hidden. Okay, so if there were a smell hidden roll, which I'm sure is going to be the whole genesis for the 8th edition of Call of Cthulhu, is to incorporate that. It's going to be the only change, the 8th edition. You heard it here first.
Yeah.
I will not make you make a smell hidden roll because you can't actually, gather this all in. Yeah, it definitely smells damp and musty, right? Like a place that had been, really sealed up for years, as opposed to the weeks or so that it has been vacant.
What about the furnishings?
Okay, so again, right. So, I mean, truth be told, you've just kind of opened up the main entryway there, and, so you haven't had a chance to really, see much of the furnishings. And, but, for the most part, from what you see, it's hardwood floors, of course. And you can see that there are definitely signs where, as you walk a few steps in, it's definitely one of those, we've all experienced older homes where we've kind of walked in on the hardwood floors and it's like, whoa, this isn't even. And that's exactly what you're doing here. The floors are definitely kind of like, have been warped by age and the elements, so to speak, such that they're not they're not leveled. And the carpets, you definitely see that the carpets have suffered water damage, and occasionally, if you place your foot wrong on one of the carpets that's on the floor, it has that squishy deal, and some black water kind of squirts out from it. So yeah, unpleasant to say the very least.
What kind of light do we have in here? And
so the light that you have is the light that you bring.
I have a feeling that some secret's been kept here. They neglect of mention of the padlock on the gate and the obvious belying of the condition of the house. There's no way that if it was renovated, that it's going to look like it does now in a short period of time. This is...
He entertained in this home?
Is there no light switch?
Well, yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, there is a light switch.
Sure.
I flip it.
Nothing happens.
Nothing happens.
Other than the click of the light switch.
Is it an electric light switch or gas or?
It is not a gas light. It is actually, well, again, being the individual that he was, Arthur Cornwait would not have spared any expense, and so it is an electric light. Here, the electric lights have been installed. I'm going to share the map of the property with you just for ease of reference. Sending that over now.
And how dark is it outside? Like, how much time do we have?
Well, again, so remember this is February, and you enjoyed that fine meal. Granted, early though it was at Ruth's. You didn't get here till I would say 6, so it's pretty dark, all things considered.
Are there any lanterns in the car or anything like that?
We'll make a luck roll there. Bob,
on that map of the first floor, where are we?
No.
That door in the middle and the bottom?
So if you go, that's exactly right, Michael. At the very bottom, you've just opened that exterior door and are kind of standing there in that, there's that kind of labyrinthian hallway that goes all about there.
Okay.
Is there, from what I can see, is there a telephone in this entryway?
Okay, so up there, there's a table to the left of the stairs. And on that table, there is a telephone.
I pick it up and see if it has service.
Surprisingly enough, it does.
Oh, okay. I put the phone back down and I let everyone know that.
Okay.
Well, that's reassuring.
I think it might be.
All right. So yeah.
I go ahead and pick up the phone since you mentioned that it was going to, and dial the. Does the operator pick up or?
Yeah. The operator pick up. I think.
Hey, operator. Just wondering. We're doing a well check on this address for next of kin. We're wondering, has anyone called from this phone?
Not recently.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So you mentioned
a lot of rooms to peek into.
Yeah. So is it that the first light switch didn't work, or no light switches work?
Well, so far you've only tried one light switch, but honestly, if you explore more, then they don't work.
Got it.
And
so
we did not find lanterns in the car.
I'm sorry.
We did or did not find lanterns in the car?
Well, I found a lantern in the car, and then I immediately just dropped it on the ground, shattering it.
I don't think we should have Whoop searching for things that are valuable.
It's nowhere near a car, actually.
Put that Model T inside and open its hood, and we get some light from it.
Yeah.
We'll fire.
But okay, so I'll say that perhaps Dovey and Miss Novak, you can both make luck rolls and see if you were smart enough to bring a flashlight.
Oh yes.
That you will not allow Whoop to have subsequently.
Yeah, 31 out of 70. So
yeah, 22.
It's probably in the bag that I carry to support you know, Mr. Mitchinski and investigate.
Because he certainly does not have a flashlight.
Right.
I rely on her to carry it. She's...
All right. Okay, so there's light. There's light.
So before we proceed further into this, very far, you notice that the water on the ground, are there footprints?
So you look in the home, and there does not appear to be any recent footprints in the carpet. And it's one of those things, Ollie, that you think you would have been able to see that because, again, the carpet's pretty wet. So if you step on wet carpet, it's going to leave like a little indentation there. So it's not. There's nothing there.
Okay.
Do we hear anything at all in the house?
You know, so it's very, very quiet, Ms. Novak. As you walk on the floors, you know, it's dead silent, right? The floors quiet. The house itself, you know, it creaks, you know, with the occasional wind that blows. But again, with those weather that you've been having, it's been very, very calm. So even not much of that.
Well, I'm extremely disappointed because I was led to believe this would be a house of antiquities and glorious artifacts. So I'm just going to kind of start peeking into some of the rooms.
Okay, for sure. Well, I mean, just tell me, you know, based upon the map there, where you would like to go.
We came in at the very top, correct?
Oh, at the bottom.
That's the front door.
The third door from the left on the bottom.
Well, actually, those are windows.
Those are
I will just kind of stroll down that hallway to the right, and I will stop at that first room with the door.
Okay, gotcha, sure. Okay, so yeah, oh, well, as luck would have it, you open this door, and it appears to be a study. You can see that there's a roll-top desk there, and it looks like, you know, there are, you know, some other, you know, books and things, but yeah. But there's one book specifically that is lying open on the roll-top desk in there.
The library book.
I would like to look at that book.
That book is none other than The Missing People, the Tribe That the Jungle Swallowed by Thomas Pratt. And you hear somewhere in the distance a sigh of relief.
I get that. Is it open?
As a matter of fact, it is.
I'd like to scan the page that it was open to.
So yeah, it is. It'll take you. Well, again, to scan the page. The page is it's not conclusive. It's not really indicative of anything. But you don't think it would take forever to kind of like skim over this book and try to get a feel for it. If you want to, you know, carry it with you and peruse it in your off time.
Yes, I'll definitely take it and poke my head back through the door and get everyone's attention. I say, the librarian is going to owe us one.
Well done.
Good work, Debbie.
Yeah, indeed. So, I mean, and again, it looks like this is a place where probably Mr. Cornthwaite spent a decent amount of time. You know, it's not crammed full of books or anything, but there's a few here. It definitely appears that, like most places in the home, water has seeped into this place and caused some damage.
So it's not in not in noticeably better condition than the rest of the house.
No. And again, it has that the dead floor, you know, and just some telltale signs of mold growing in the baseboards and that sort of thing. Bad place.
Are the books on the lowest shelf of the bookcase wet?
Well, okay. So fortunately, you know, there are really not bookcases in this room.
Oh, okay.
But there are some like baseboard cabinets that are there. You know, and if you open those up, those it looks like they held some cardboard banker boxes. But it does appear that those banker boxes, unfortunately, have been saturated by whatever insidious moisture is afflicting this place, and it's like as you open them up, a cloud of mold and spores venture forth.
I want to take Miss Novak and open the door to this room here on the left, the one that's like L-shaped with the room that's inside the room.
Yep.
Okay.
And open that door and see what's inside there.
So you're going to the L-shaped room or the little room that's above the L-shaped?
L-shaped room, not the little room.
There you go. Thank you. All right. So that room is actually there, Ollie. That's where you'll find the books because this is clearly a library. And again, one that befits a fellow of the erudite nature of Mr. Cornthwaite because there are books lining floor-to-ceiling shelves hereabouts. And again, quite impressive. But unfortunately, your enthusiasm is tempered rather quickly when you see that that there's been significant water damage here. The books appear to have fared the worst for this, and things have not gone well.
Is there a desk in this room?
There is a table. There's not a desk.
Dovey!
Is there anything on the table?
I'm sorry? There's nothing on the table. Nothing. I mean, there's just a few books on the table, but nothing open. And the books themselves appear to be some of the some recent catalogs.
In most libraries that I've encountered in houses such as this, there's usually a safekeeping area where collections of special nature are safeguarded. Mm-hmm. Is there anything like that here?
Okay, so a curious question. Absolutely. And Dovey, you certainly have even a better eye for this than Ollie. You know how private collectors, especially, put together their collections of books, right? They tend to, out of habit, put the books that are nearest and dearest to them in a central place, right? Where the individual will have easy access to them, and also the visitor to the room will see them in their place of prominence and understand their importance. You quickly determine this about this room, right? You determine where that focal point should be. The non-essential books, the books that are of less interest, the histories of contemporary civilizations that would bear of no interest to a specialist in South American studies are to the periphery, and then the focus comes in the place above above the table, where his collection would be. His collection, that collection, is not present. It's empty. You see the shelves are empty there.
Oh.
Wonder if that's what he donated to the library, but why on earth would he donate his most precious things and not the more mundane things?
How much dust is there? I mean, does it look like it's been empty for some time or recently cleared?
Okay, so Dr. Chapman, as you go to look at that, I need you to make a spot hidden roll.
Okay.
Dovey, look at the other books on the shelf here. Are any of these more valuable than the books he would have donated?
I can take a minute and appraise their values.
Yeah, because that way, if any of these books are even worth more than the books that were donated, then we know he did not donate his private collection.
Okay, so Dr. Chapman.
I'm going to have to burn 2 points of luck to pass.
Good enough. Okay, so you do that, Dr. Chapman, and as you're kind of feeling around again, the thing about it is, you get this, you rake your fingers across the shelf to test for dust, and they come away stained black with this powdery residue. You look at it and it's like, this is not good, but it's not dust, right? It's like there's something that's growing on these shelves, which is unpleasant. However, that's not really what catches your eye. It's as you're doing it out of the periphery of your vision, you notice that on the back shelf, there's a kind of an indentation in the woodworking, right? And it looks like there's actually a knot in the wood, and the center aspect of the knot is looks like it's loosened, like a cork, if you will.
Oh, so I wipe my fingers off on another part of the wood to get whatever this black residue is off as best I can. And then I'm going to go over and I'm going to look at this cork. Is this a button that could be pushed or something that could be removed to reveal something else?
You fiddle with it a bit, and you very, very gingerly, and it falls off. It just pops out and falls down and clatters onto the shelf. And you can see behind it is a tightly little bound piece of paper.
Oh, I very carefully pull it out.
Okay.
And I look at the type of paper or parchment that it's written in, and then I unroll it very slowly.
Sure. So you pull it out, and it's like it was shoved back into the wall, so it's bent. All right. So you pull it out, and you kind of like, and it's yellowed with age, it's also at the end of it, it's damp and mold is starting to kind of grow on it a little bit. And you unroll it, and again, it's been very, very tightly bound for for a long time. And when you do that, you see that it is indeed a handwritten note, almost illegible, right? Almost illegible as you try to make it out what's going on there, scribbles and scrawls and that sort of thing. So yeah, that's what you see. So yeah.
How did you find Dr. Chapman?
Well, I'm not completely sure. It looks like a note that was hidden, placed inside a wall. I'm going to try to walk to where the best light source in the room is. Mm-hmm. I'll show Ollie since he inquired, and I'll try to unroll it and read it so I can read it into the best lighting conditions possible.
I'll hold the flashlight for you.
Oh, Miss Amelia, thank you so much. That's even better.
Okay, so
I'll hold it away so others can read it as well, but I'm going to try to read it.
Okay, so you read or try to read this damaged piece of parchment, and it is tightly scrawled and effectively illegible writing. Even with your best efforts, you only catch hints of phrases and bits of words. But still, you read it enough to get a sense of the nature of the writer, if not the content itself. So please make a psychology roll.
Oh, okay.
Anybody reading it or just Dr. Chapman?
Anyone reading it.
I pass.
Yeah. Okay, so Dr. Chapman, you certainly determined that whoever wrote this was a fellow not in his right mind, and your keen eye determines that you would suspect very strongly that it was a gentleman who wrote it. Well, a fellow at least, perhaps not a gentleman. But it's a paranoid ravings, really. It goes on for some time, but without you really able to make any sense of it, because it's nonsensical, right? You do notice, though, at the bottom of the sheet, it is prominently signed or initialed with the initials AC.
Interesting.
Which
Irwin.
we know not only stands for Arthur Cornthwaite, but also for Arthur Kerwin.
Mm-hmm. Either one.
Yep.
True.
So that's what you see. All right. So,
Interesting question. How old is the gentleman we're looking for?
Cornthwaite was in his 40s.
Mid to late 40s.
Okay.
Yep.
You can't make heads or tails of that, can you, Doctor?
It's nonsensical, gibberish, rantings. It looks like it's been here for some time, but no, I'm not completely sure. If Debbie, you want to take a look at this and see maybe you can put a date on it? It looks old to me, but that's what I see.
I can indeed.
Yeah.
I will take it and kind of look at the paper quality and the ink quality. If I roll antiques, I failed it miserably.
Okay.
82 on a 45.
Okay. Hey, Whoop, are you there?
I'm with someone with the lights, so if Dovey moved in, I've come along as with her.
Yep, she did. Okay, go ahead and make a spot hidden, Whoop.
No, 74 out of.
Okay.
I want to look around at the artwork on the walls.
Mm-hmm.
See if there's anything significant there. So I've got,
you know, there's a few just like I don't know. There's not a lot of art in this room, really. I mean, there's certainly you know it appears that there is curiously enough there's a space for artwork. There's a few spaces for some paintings, but they're not there, right? And it's one of those things where it's like there's definitely a differentiation between the state of the wall where the painting should be and, you know, the other part, right? There's fading and that sort of thing.
I'll mention that to the team. That looks like there was artwork up here, but it's gone now. So if you see any paintings.
Interesting.
All right.
Is the hanging still on the wall? Is there like a nail or wire set up, or is it? Is that firmly in the wall? Like if I grab it, will it come? Does it come? Does it pop out?
Okay, so when you do that whoop, when you grab the hanger, actually the wall kind of crumbles, right? The plaster falls to the ground. It's in a wet kind of you know, smacking sound as it hits the floor. Yeah.
So is there water damage in the walls too?
It appears. I mean, Whoop certainly has uncovered evidence of that. It appears that you know, this area specifically where he pulled it from, the wall kind of crumbled, you know, leaving the backboarding behind it.
Was it a terribly harsh winter here?
You remember? No. On the contrary, it's actually been pleasant. You know.
So for the snow melting on leaking, that doesn't make any sense.
No, there hasn't been a significant enough snowfall for it to accumulate here. Well, you don't know what the upstairs is like. You haven't been up there, but I mean, certainly it doesn't appear to be. You know, you're surprised at this.
So we would call this room the library.
For sure. For sure. Yeah.
We have found the library.
Not to be macabre, but I once found someone in a bathtub in a farmhouse that had been sitting for several days, and it just kept running in the water.
Oh my!
So we might want to be careful as we look.
Right, especially the second story. If the walls are rotted, who's to say the floor isn't in such disrepair?
Yeah.
Don't anybody falling through to the bottom?
Or there's significant damage to the roof.
Yeah, maybe so. All right,
Shall
what
we
do next?
Proceed further? We could check out
the room right across the hall should be right there, right to the north, right above it.
Yeah, that square room or rectangle room.
Yeah. So I mean, this you know, again, it's one of the things you suppose that would be reasonable for a single fellow here living in a room or a house this size. You open this room and it is effectively empty. There's really nothing here. You know, you think though that perhaps this room was never really intended to be used for a lot of furnishings and that sort of thing, because you see that there's a parquet floor. It looks very, very nice in terms of its decoration. Perhaps this was maybe even where they would dance in this house. However, you would not dance there now for fear of tripping, because the floor is crooked and buckled in many places. Yeah.
Examining the floor, if I get down to it, does the as well as being uneven, does the wood seem decayed?
Okay, so you do that whoop, and you know, you look at it, and you would not say that it is decayed so much, right? So go ahead and make an idea roll there, or maybe no, actually, yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, I made that. 51 of 65.
So you're down there and looking around, and you think that, you know, this floor is warped, and it is certainly, there's evidence of significant damage, but no decay, which kind of suggests to you that it's not, this hasn't happened for a long time. Decay hasn't set in.
Rotted.
Right.
Ms. Novak, can you shine your flashlight through the floor? Is there a lower level below this? Can we see?
It's not like there's not holes in the floor, so to speak. I hope I didn't.
No, I didn't know from the buckling if the wood has shifted enough where there's cracks.
No, not quite that bad, actually.
There's still subfloor.
Okay.
Yeah, is there, can I look out the window?
Yeah, for sure.
I'd like to take a look.
Yeah, you look out on the back of the property, and again, it's winter, so the trees are bare, and the vegetation is largely dead. But it looks like that Mr. Cornthwaite was an indifferent gardener, if you will. Doesn't look like the grounds are particularly well tended.
Are the windows still square? Can I like open the window?
Yeah, you try that, Whoop, and when you do that, you do notice that to correct in your suspicions there, they are definitely not they're not good. So that you can't get them open, or if you do manage to get any portion of them open, they quickly become stuck in whatever degree of open they were.
When we were driving up and we noticed that outbuilding,
Uh-huh.
were we able to determine if it was in as disrepair as the house?
Not really, because again, the lighting being poor and being off to the kind of beaten path, you didn't really see.
Okay.
And again, the house kind of
the car fire. If you'd like to look closer.
We just push the car over and then let the natural light from the car illuminate.
So I have a question. We've heard before from several people about how, people came in and renovated this house. Do we know that they renovated the house or just that there were workers there doing work? Because I wonder if there's a portion of the house that is, that we of course haven't come across yet, which is maybe highly renovated, but like with those people, it doesn't sound like they would necessarily know specifics about renovation. I don't know.
You would certainly, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, well, go ahead. I'll give this to Dovey specifically with her kind of a slant on things. Make it like an antiques roll or something of that nature, Dovey, to kind of get a feel for this old house.
Sorry. Okay. We are 29 on history if you want to do history at 45.
Okay, yeah, sure.
So
I mean, it's not okay. So basically, Debbie, what you determine is by looking around is they have, in your opinion, they have ruined this house, right? They have ruined this house because they've modernized it, right? And they've taken out a lot of the things that you would expect to see, and she can point out many modern contrivances which are eyesores to her. And so, and from that, you would suspect that indeed there was some renovation.
Okay, sure. He's definitely changed the house from the original standard. So yes, I do believe that there have been some people in here changed, ruined. You decide. Not to my taste.
It's a shame.
It is a damn shame.
Tisk.
Pardon my French, but it is a damn shame.
And Mr. Artemis from the newspaper said that he actually had people over here for parties. And if this had been the condition,
they weren't dancing on this
a couple years ago.
Oh.
Yeah.
He could not have entertained in this house.
But what could have caused this kind of damage in such a short amount of time, from a couple of years from now, or from a couple of years ago to now?
I think if we can find it, I think the answer to that is going to be in the attic. There must be something wrong with the roof to let so much water come down and penetrate between the walls and so on, and cool and destroy the floor.
Some sort of extensive plumbing disaster.
Extensive. Disaster being the word. Should we continue our exploration of this floor? Should we go upstairs?
Let's see if we can find the kitchen.
Well, there was that little room that was sort of in the crook of the L-shaped room.
Yeah, right across from where we're at right now.
Yep. All right. So is that where you're going?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So who opens that door?
I will.
Okay. So Ollie, you open the door, and when you open the door, there in front of you is standing a huge figure with an axe. No, sorry. It was just a shadow. There's an overcoat on a rack there. It looked weird. It caught your eye.
And it has an axe.
Trick of the light. No, there's no axe. Yeah, it was weird. It was really good. It startled you for a second. Okay.
I jump back, take my hand off my gun.
Okay.
Look around, make sure nobody.
Whoa, what?
Gracious.
Did you trip? Are you all right?
I'm okay. I just
Well, this floor is uneven.
a little jumpy.
Be careful. Catch a wingtip on this floor.
Yeah.
Is the clothing wet, mildewed?
Yeah, I mean, you get in there and there's a real musty smell coming from this cloakroom, and it definitely it's been closed up for a while, and you see that there's the baseboards are showing the same signs of damage.
Kind of rifle through the coat.
Okay, there's nothing in it. There's a handkerchief.
There's an axe.
Yeah. So other than that, nothing. Okay. So where to next?
I'm leaning towards your theory, Dr. Chapman, of heading upstairs, unless you guys want to finish a complete examination of this first floor.
If nothing else, we should locate the bedrooms, assess how badly damaged the bedrooms are. If we're going to be staying here, I'm beginning to think that staying here with all this mold is not going to be advisable. So we should go up and look and come back. If everything's okay, then we should come back and look at the kitchen.
I still hold out hope for artifacts. I was led to believe he had a fantastic collection. I haven't seen anything here.
I was hoping of things of interest as well, Dovey, but I'm sure your interest was, your anticipation was much greater than mine.
It seems that nothing is what we expected.
Correct, sir.
Well, if we're going upstairs, gentlemen and ladies, let me give something a try, and I'll hop up on the stairs and I'll just give them like a stomp and make sure that they don't like collapse under my weight.
Okay, so Whoop, you hop up on the stairs, and first step, seems pretty good. You keep going.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so Whoop begins climbing up the stairs, and he gets up to, again, it's one of those deals where you go upstairs and there's a landing, then they come back up. You get all the way up to the landing, Whoop, and, it's fine. The steps appear very sturdy. Then he starts walking on that landing, and, it's really startling, right? And, because he told you what he was going to be doing, right? So you're all like paying attention to the simple act of walking, which you take for granted. And then you notice as he's up on that landing, the floor begins to creak, right? And it begins to creak, and it's really loud. It seems really loud to you.
Watch out!
Careful.
And Whoop, you keep walking on the floor, and again, it's I say, and now you're conscious of walking on the floor, right? And it's creaking and making all these noises, and so you're it's like every step is nerve-wracking for you. Mm-hmm. But you just keep walking, and the floor keeps creaking, and nothing happens.
Do the boards move at all, or anything like that, or is it just the sound?
No, I don't know. So make an idea roll.
Yeah.
So you're up there, and now that you've taken a few steps, and you've kind of gotten, say, used to it, it really doesn't sound that loud to you, Whoop. I mean, it just sounds kind of like what you would expect, I guess, from a house of this age, right?
Yeah.
Wooden floor, it's going to creak. You expect that. And it's just, I guess maybe it's the contrast between this floor and the floor downstairs that was so quiet and so dead when you walked on it. Maybe that's what's going on.
Well, it's loud, guys, but it looks like it's safe. It's sort of like an old house. Maybe because there's no water in it. Maybe the water's dampening everything down there. It's just that different. But I think we're good to go up.
Yeah.
Does it dry?
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be in better shape here for sure.
Yeah. Seems fun.
I'm still going to walk toward the edge of the stair closer to the connection to the wall.
Sure. Yeah, you do that. That's fine. Yeah, you go up and you go up to the second floor and, looking around, you look around the hall and, again, everything is, now you're not just looking at the house itself, but you're looking at the house in comparison to from one floor to the next, right? And so one of the things that you notice really quickly is that this area of the home is definitely, there's damage, sure, there's damage. It looks like plaster has fallen from the ceiling and from the walls, but the damage doesn't look quite as, I guess, recent, or maybe constant would be a better word, because it looks like some of the plaster that's fallen is dried and where it was all kind of sticky and gooey downstairs. So it's just a little bit different up here. Damage for sure, but yeah, just maybe not as recent.
I think we'd expect water damage to go from up to down, but it almost feels like this is going from down to up.
Well, it's possible that, maybe the water is going through like a pipe system and is filling the foundation,
Capillary.
Does the house have indoor plumbing? Does it have a water closet?
Thus far, Dovey, you've not encountered a water closet, so you cannot, nor have you gone to a kitchen or any other place that would reasonably have water, so you don't know. Good question. So now you're upstairs in that central hallway there that's connecting all the rooms. So if you would just, kindly tell me where you want to go, I can kind of give you an idea of what you're looking at.
Shall we start on the left again in that large rectangular room and kind of work our way across?
Yeah.
Sure.
Is that a rug in the middle, or is that open staircase, or what is that?
That's just like the landing area. So just pay no attention to it, really. It's just okay, so you open this room, and it actually is locked. It's locked. This room.
Well,
I'm going to pull out my hairpins.
Okay.
Can I make a lockpick roll?
Yeah, go ahead. Give it a shot.
I rolled a 2.
No, well, you picked the lock with ease. All right, so opening that room. You can see why it would be locked right now, because inside it there is it's like a treasure trove for an archaeologist. There are pots and vases and statuettes and musical instruments and all kinds of things. You also quickly see, because of things are bare, things are added to a room in kind of layers, right? And towards the outer layer, you see paintings that would have been perhaps in the library downstairs. You see that there is also again, that telltale sign of water damage. Some plaster has fallen off the wall and damaged some of the artifacts that are in this room.
Dovey, come look.
Appraise.
Yes, go ahead.
25, hard success. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. This room is what you've come here for. And you can see that this is definitely stocked with the antiquities, robbed tombs from the world, or not so much from the world, but certainly from South America. And you can see that there are lots of things here. You do notice that there are to your dismay, it appears that some shelves have fallen off the wall and things have fallen off of those shelves and been destroyed. Alas. But yes, this is certainly his where he stored his most precious items.
Is it all South American?
Yes, predominantly so. Yes.
Oh, this is magnificent. This is his life's work.
It truly is. So
can I just pick something up?
For sure, yeah. Pick up like this small idol that you think was probably some early Mesoamerican sort of thing. It looks very, very. You can make an archaeology or anthropology roll and determine something about it.
Oh, well, neither of them are that great. I can pass it on an antiques roll.
Okay, it is some very, very valuable thing.
Very old. Is it old?
That era, and you know this because you made that roll. I myself don't know, so I can't tell you what it is, but you know.
I'll just show it to everybody.
Yes.
Give them some sort of blah blah.
Yes.
Comment.
Exactly.
This is old.
This is old and appropriate to the South American region.
Does anything look out of place that it doesn't belong?
Well, I mean, again, the things that you would say are most out of place are the paintings, and that's only because they are paintings of a clearly modern type. However, the paintings themselves are of South American things like ruins and that sort of thing. Looks like they have it's probably been not. I mean, there are paintings that were made from a photograph, right? So the artist made this from a photograph, or, I mean, again, it's not inconceivable that the artist could have been there, but they look very fanciful. But they're clearly South American in their motifs.
I want to sort of go pick them up and look on the back of them and just see what's what with those paintings, because I think these are the ones that were hanging on the wall downstairs in the library.
Yes, and they look to be taken photographs, maybe of his adventures in South America.
I wonder if any of these paintings display any, that last adventure was said to have some difficulty. I wonder if any of those experiences are portrayed in these paintings.
So this is, the painting is, when you look at it, Dovey, you recognize that painting, and and at first you don't have any idea why, but then you remembered as you've been leafing through this book, you saw that photo in that book.
Oh! And I'm still carrying the book
with
me, so I will flip back to that page and I will set that book down right in front of that painting.
Yeah, and so again, this painting is this ruined structure, which again appears to have maybe at one point supported a dome, right? And you've just in your perusal of the book, Dovey, you've managed to ascertain some things about this tribe. So I will go ahead and share with you all what Dovey has learned about this book. So I will share that now. There we go. So yeah, and so you know that there is prominent mention of this dome, and this painting looks like a representation of that, taken from the photo, of course.
Oh my.
Interesting.
1913.
Okay, so where to now?
How about
the room above us, to the north of us, just as we did last time, maybe?
yeah, the one perpendicular to us? Yes.
Okay, sure. So the one, okay, gotcha. Okay, let me see here. All right. Oh, well, okay. So this really not a terribly interesting room, other than the fact that there is there appears to be perhaps where Mr. Cornthwaite did some hunting, because there's a mantle here, and above the mantle is a double-barrel shotgun, which is hanging on a rack there, and there's so yeah, that's what you see. Mm-hmm.
Is that all that's in the room? Like, are there?
No. I mean, there's a table there. It just looks like and actually not a table. I'm sorry, but it looks like a den. So there's a comfortable sitting chair. There's a side table, and it looks like perhaps where Mr. Cornthwaite would sit, and enjoy a cigar by the fire and read a book.
Okay.
So a large, comfortable den, suitable for a gentleman.
Does the gun look functional?
you go over there, you take the gun off the wall, you break it, and you look, it's unloaded. It looks clean. It looks like it hasn't been shot, or it hasn't been shot and not cleaned. It looks functional. Go ahead and make a spot hidden as you're doing that, Ollie.
Nope, I rolled 100.
Okay, well, I don't know.
Well, you're handling a gun, huh?
Yeah.
Unloaded.
Unloaded.
I want to look in the fireplace.
I love looking down the barrel.
You look down the barrel, and what happens is when you break it, when you put it back, you pinch your finger. It's like so that hurts. You suffer. All right, so go ahead, Miss Novak, make a spot hidden roll and make that with advantage because yes, because I said so.
I did make it.
Well, good for you. You find that in the fireplace there is amongst the ashes, not burnt, but amongst the ashes, there is a crumpled piece of paper.
I'm going to sort of fish it out with my pen.
Okay, for sure.
All
right, so I will share that with everyone.
Open it up.
I'm sure that Miss Novak will read that note to you. It appears to be the handwritten note of someone.
I will read it to you in 1 second once I shake all this soot off.
Yeah, well, absolutely. You have to kind of smooth it out because it's all wadded up. So,
to whom it may concern, I am writing this statement in the event of my joining my staff and my expedition members in death. I, Arthur Cornthwaite, being of sound mind and body. No time for formality or legalisms. It is the thing I must tell you of. What is sanity when faced with this? I thought I'd fled from it in that foul green place, that accursed temple, yet somehow it has followed me here. I know the signs. There can be no mistake. It is with me. It is a thing so clever, so terrible, that melodrama, what's the point? Notes to myself in an empty house. Whoever reads this knows or will know of it, but what you must also know is that it has a weakness so simple, so... And then it just stops.
Dun, dun, dun.
Nothing on the back.
No. I don't know if those are blood drops or what, but so something's happening and whatever it is has a weakness, but he couldn't make it long enough to tell us what that weakness was.
Sounds like the ravings of a madman, if you ask me.
That pathetic, crazy man.
Or perhaps he was writing his own fiction of what was happening and perhaps trying to make a buck off of it. Who's who?
Melodrama, indeed.
Perhaps the loss of all those people broke his mind in a way that could never be recovered.
Oh, desk.
Is there a desk in the room?
No, there's not. There's not. There's only the side table and chair.
Okay.
What was the predominant color in that painting?
Green. Because
Oh,
of the jungle.
sure.
Green place.
Yeah.
So is there moisture in the fireplace? Like water's leaked through the chimney, or?
All right. So you, I'll say you do the unpleasant chore of like reaching up around, kind of trying to filling the bricks on the inside. Your hand comes back covered with soot, right?
Yeah.
But the soot itself is dry, right?
Huh.
And there's nothing else in the fireplace, right? No, nothing.
Interesting.
I don't know that we've tried it on this floor, but I assume the light switches also don't work on this floor, right?
That's correct. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Does it look like that the note that was read is part of is it a letter, or does it look like it was torn out of a notebook, perhaps?
It looks like it was perhaps torn out of a notebook, something like that.
Just want to double check.
All right.
Let's continue on to the room adjacent to this.
Is there a humidor or anything like that for cigars?
There is. Yeah.
Are there any in there?
There are. Mm-hmm.
Do they smell all right?
They do. They don't smell like, you would, of course, they would be able to, again, they have that correct smell of a cigar, not overly damp or damaged by moisture.
Well, I'll light one up, give it a try.
It's good.
Oh.
The man who cigars. Okay, go ahead. Somebody was saying something.
I think we're moving on to the next room.
Oh yeah, perfect.
This one?
All right, yeah. So just going to the next room down the hall. All right, sure. So you open this this room, and again, this is clearly the man's bedroom, right? It's very nice. It's a large room. There's a nice bed there. There's a table or a chair, and of course, like in most homes, there's a fireplace in this room as well. Sitting with a chair sitting in front of it. There are a dressing table which appears to have a small another humidor here, a small one. This one is much fancier though. Appears to be gold plated. There's and some of his finer accoutrements, such as a diamond tie pin. And some things like that. The man was obviously, as has been suggested, not one that shied away from the finer things in life. Yeah.
Is there a pinky ring? The sheriff mentioned that he wore a pinky ring.
You do not see the pinky ring. So this room. It's a little bit different, I suppose, than some of the others you've seen on this floor. It does appear to have more significant water damage here.
Coming from above, or can we tell?
Okay. So interesting question. Go ahead and make a spot hidden roll.
Can I do that as well?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
92. That's a no.
Okay.
I get a 20. Which I did.
So, all right. So Dr. Chapman, you're looking around the room trying to kind of trace the water damage. And so you look up and you determine, is it on the back wall? No. Is it on the front wall? No. The side wall? No. And then you kind of trace it to the fireplace, right? It seems to be most prominent around the fireplace. And you see that, in fact, there is a very specific stain in front of the fireplace. It's like this kind of this translucent, flaky substance is on the carpet and on the chair, basically coating the chair, and it's this. It's just like flakes away, and when you flake them, when you crumble the flakes away, they're all translucent, light, easily seen through them. But it's very sticky, right? It's all very sticky.
Okay. I was going to say, what texture does it have? But it's sticky.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Does it look like it's been there for some time? I mean, is this something I would have seen before? Can I make heads or tails of it?
You haven't seen anything like it. It's you don't know what it is, but the chair, doesn't look like otherwise damaged, but yeah, it's certainly odd. So yeah, so very strange, very strange. Yeah.
Are there any books on the bedside table?
You go over to the bedside table, Dovey, and when you do, you see that, apparently Mr. Cornthwaite did not read in the evening, at least by the bed, because again, nothing there. Now, but when you go over there, Dovey, you are kind of like startled for a moment when a piece of plaster falls from the ceiling and hits the bed. Again, nobody else knows it. Nobody else knows it because it's
I don't think I'll be staying here tonight.
Yeah.
Oh.
So Dovey, you look up.
I do look up.
Okay. So Dovey, this is very strange. This is very strange, and you're not sure again if your eyes are playing tricks on you or not. But it looks like that as you look up onto the ceiling, Dovey. It almost looks like the ceiling itself is kind of bulging, right? It's bulging out where that plaster fell, and as you're seeing it, it kind of recedes, right? And it kind of like, and you can see there's telltale like signs of water along that wall, but it was very clearly like protruding a bit from that, and then kind of receding after it.
Oh, I expect there's a leak in the ceiling. And I'll kind of point it up to everybody
Shine
where
light.
the plaster has fallen.
Yeah.
Did you get hit by the plaster?
No, it avoided me this time, but I don't think this is a place we would like to stay.
No, I tend to agree with you. Perhaps we should maybe look at a couple more rooms and go upstairs to the attic.
Agreed. Anything
If
under
we
the
can
bed?
save any more damage to this lovely home.
Well, okay.
Mr.
So
Mc-
yeah,
What did you say?
yeah, there is. Ollie, there's something under the bed. There's a canister under the bed, and it looks like it kind of rolled under the bed. And you get it?
Of course.
Okay, so you roll it back out. It looks like it was like a kitchen canister or something like that.
Is it empty or has a lid on it?
It does not have a lid on it, and it appears to be almost completely empty, except for at the bottom at the very bottom, there's like a little bit of residue of something there.
Or well,
Looks like a crystalline sort of substance.
just rub my fingers on it.
Uh-huh.
See what it is.
It's some crystalline, gritty substance.
Okay.
Looks like
Sugar?
what?
Sugar?
Like sugar,
It looks like sugar, or yeah,
salt, or
sugar or salt.
can I?
Taste, try it.
You taste it,
Yeah,
you die. No, it's salt.
it's salt.
Yeah.
Why is there a canister of salt under the bed?
Is there by chance a line of salt around the bed? I'm going to look around on the floor.
You look under the bed, or you look around the bed, and no, there's not. There's not any salt around the bed.
An old Polish superstition.
Oh.
The demons.
My grandmother would speak of that. Great.
But
Else.
okay, so
Is there a dresser or a wardrobe in the room?
yes,
But there's both?
no, there's a wardrobe.
Okay. I'm going to open the wardrobe and I'm going to look.
Okay, the man knew how to dress. He did. He liked to find her clothes. Good
So
stuff.
he liked finer clothes. Is there water damage inside this wardrobe?
No.
Okay. Shoe boxes, anything of that nature that may not have shoes, or like it would stuffed with like papers or photos or something like that.
No.
Okay.
Actually, no shoe boxes. He has like a shoe rack where his,
Of course, proper.
his Italian leather shoes are displayed.
Okay. Huh.
So, Whoop, what were you doing?
I'm looking around with them, and inside that wardrobe, is there like a smoking jacket?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Does he have anything in the pockets of the jacket or anything like that?
Well, he would have like a lighter, and he would have like a cigar trimmer thing, which I don't know what they're called. He has that.
Okay.
Are you still smoking his cigar?
Yeah.
You're gonna put on his smoking jacket.
See if there's a fez. Get the whole.
There is a fez there because again, it should be.
Yeah. No. Okay.
All right. So, anything else in this room?
No.
All right. So as you leave, Miss Novak, you look down. In front of the door, there's a line of salt.
Oh.
What about the windows?
My Oma was right.
You look on the windows, Whoop, line of salt.
But I'm sorry, Miss Amelia, I know that there's some superstition around salt as a barrier, but what does that mean?
Keeps the demons away.
It's
Demons, I see.
yes,
Demons?
protection.
Okay.
He was a superstitious man, obviously. And
Yeah.
he's seen a lot of things, been on a lot of adventures. Could be just a superstitious ritual that he went through.
He was obviously not in his right mind.
Obviously.
That is pretty clear, yes.
Or maybe, maybe Oma was right.
I'm going to step over the salt, though. I'm not going to break the salt line.
Okay.
Very gingerly step over
Oh,
it.
okay. So in that case, Dovey, make a luck roll.
Better.
Yeah, 23.
All right. So yeah. So as luck would have it, Dovey, you do this, and also you notice that everyone else had done this by happenstance as they came into the room.
Oh, well, good for us.
So the line is intact.
Yes.
Line is intact. Okay, very good.
Yes. All right. So where to next?
Well, check out one more room on this floor and head upstairs.
Well, the room we were in, the bedroom, that was the top middle room, right?
Correct.
Okay. There was another doorway at the east end of that room.
We can go through that adjoining doorway.
Yeah. Let's. Bob, you see it?
What?
The topmost right room.
Yeah. The bedroom we were in has a door on the east.
It has a door into the other room. Yeah. Okay. For sure. All right. That is the. Okay. Yeah. That is. That's a bathroom.
Hey.
And what bathroom it must be.
The water isn't running, is it?
Okay, so you notice in this very nice sized bathroom that there's a tub, there is a very nice sink with a mirror above it. There is beautifully brass fixtures. I mean, this is the most modern bathroom you've been in. It's very, very nice. Yeah.
Very modern, very new.
Water turn on?
You turn on the water, and nothing happens.
Is there anything in the medicine cabinet?
You look, Whoop, for a medicine cabinet. And you do not see a medicine cabinet, but you do see where apparently Mr. Cornthwaite was drawing something on his bathroom mirror. Do you have? Are you a man of science, Mr. Fiske?
Weirdly, yes.
Biology, chemistry.
I have natural world.
Natural world, sure. You see at first what you saw was graffiti or some scribblings. Is actually you would suspect that the NaCl that is drawn on the mirror is, of course, salt.
Sodium chloride.
Huh. This guy had an obsession. That's just not quite
Does
right.
writing it work the same as like sprinkling it?
I've not heard that.
Is there a line of salt at this doorway between the bedroom and the bathroom?
There is.
Okay. So the bedroom seems to be the protected place.
Yes.
Is there a line? There's a fireplace in the bedroom as well. Is there a line of salt around that fireplace?
There is not.
That's our weak spot in this room.
So I want to make sure I understand this. There's a line of salt in the bedroom leading into the bathroom, and the bathroom itself has a line of salt that would lead from the bathroom into.
No, it's just a line at the doorway.
Yeah.
Oh, just a line, period.
Yep.
Yeah, at the threshold.
Right. That is correct.
Yeah.
And when we checked out the
window
fireplace at that location, it was it seemed like something had come out, like water had come out of it, right?
Yeah. Dr. Chapman had found some evidence of some substance there.
But there's no salt barrier around the fireplace, so
That is correct. Yes.
something to think about.
Well, maybe it washed away.
Well, there was some substance there.
This weird crystalline,
Yeah.
Flaky
stuff.
Oh, yes. That is 100% correct.
But that was not salt, we don't think?
Well, I don't know. I mean, Dr. Chapman had it all over his hands.
And I did try to get it off as much as I could.
Yeah.
Do you think that was salt? Like maybe...
Did you taste your fingers?
I have not licked my fingers, no.
Always a good idea.
Yeah.
I was going to say, if there's any left, I have a taste just to see.
Yeah. So I mean, again, you you charmingly enough find a little flake on your clothes, right?
Yeah, great.
And you eat it, which is probably not a good idea. But hey, I'm not the person doing it. So you eat the foreign substance that you found on your shirt, formerly on a chair, and it tastes very, very bitter, kind of alkaloid on your tongue, and it burns your tongue.
Yeah. Great, battery acid.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not
salt.
okay.
Not salt. Good
to know.
Thanks for taking one for the team there, Doc.
Oh yeah, anything for science.
Science.
Here, you can have a little wash down. Pass you a flask.
Nice.
Oh, good. Alcohol, right? I'm assuming for medicinal.
Just a little Jack, just a little apple Jack for you.
Yeah, medicinal cleansing purpose.
All right, fantastic. All right, so yeah, you've kind of exhausted the bathroom there. So where to now?
Upstairs.
Upstairs?
We've got a couple more rooms here, including one right outside the bathroom.
Yeah.
Oh, we do?
Yeah.
Yeah, the one on the way to the stairs. May as well peek in there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Crack it open.
Okay, so yeah, all right. You open the door here, and this room looks like it has it's been sealed honestly for quite some time. The thing that really strikes you odd in this room, very odd, is that on the floor, again, this room, the floor is has a bunch of these little tiny black handprints on the floor. We're talking very tiny handprints, about this big, okay? Tiny, little.
Like smaller than a kid.
Smaller than a child's handprints.
Like squirrel size?
Go ahead and make a natural history roll, Doctor, or pardon me, Ollie. You're a doctor of nothing.
Doctor of nothing, yeah. Natural world, you said?
Yes.
No. 25 out of 10.
25 out of 10. All right. All right. So you actually go ahead and roll a bonus die for that because, yeah.
05.
Oh, there you go.
Hey.
Yes. Actually, you look down and, again, your days in perhaps visiting your uncle out in the country, you recognize that these are not human footprints at all, but probably the footprints of a raccoon.
I will point that out to everyone else.
How did it get in here?
I don't know. It was.
Up.
What now?
Shine my flashlight in and up.
You look all around this room, and you don't really see much of anything in the ceiling. But again, I'm sorry. I want to declare that this is a bedroom, and it does have a bed in it.
Oh.
And this room was sealed off for some time.
Yeah, it looks maybe like a guest bedroom.
Does it also have the damage we've been seeing in the other rooms?
So you look on the wall by the bed, right, and the head of the bed is against the wall, and you look, and there is a considerable amount of water damage from the ceiling, where it's less, and it grows greater as it gets down to the bed, and then you lose it when it goes by the bed.
And this room is fully interior, right?
Yes, it is. Mm-hmm.
Is there salt at the doorway?
There is not.
Is there
I look under the bed.
Yeah, go ahead.
Look under the bed, and you see that. Make a sanity roll.
Yes.
Okay, sure. Again, you're a hardened man, and you've lived in the country, but this is still very odd. You look under the bed, and you can see that behind the bed there is a portion of the wall that is broken. All right? And at first, you think you're about to be attacked, right? Because you're staring at a raccoon, but you quickly realize it's dead.
Oh, buddy. Whew. Got a dead raccoon here.
Ugh.
How ripe are we talking?
It is oddly undetectable in terms of the smell.
Smell hidden.
It would have failed you here.
Is this bed in a large bed frame or just like a small metal bed
No,
frame?
it's a big, nice bed. I mean, you can move it, but I mean, again, it has some heft to it, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to look between the mattresses. Just lift it up and look.
There is a fair amount of mold that has grown. Looks like there's been some moisture here. It looks, again, it kind of, yeah, but that's all you really see.
I'm going to go back and grab the smoking jacket from the
Okay.
bedroom. And I'm going to go and I'm going to use the smoking jacket to grab the raccoon.
Okay.
And pull it out.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Try to take a look.
This is awful. So you pull this raccoon out, and what you end up getting is essentially like a half a raccoon.
Yeah.
So essentially, the front half of this raccoon is this, and again, you get it, and it's like very, very, very light, light. So you pull it out, and you're gonna go a bit easier than you expected. And so what happens is you pull it out, and you can see that like the front half is like fur and skeleton, and basically that's it. And the back half is just like you get like no back legs and part of the spine and the tail, and it looks like it's like it's been stripped away, right? It's and it completely desiccated and all like the life, if you will, has been sucked out of it.
No maggots or anything like that.
No. I mean, it's
This is weird. This is unusual. With all the moisture, you'd expect something much different.
Yes, you would. Also, when you do that and you kind of like look at it, you notice that on the smoking jacket, there's copious amounts of that flaky substance like that, which Dr. Chapman ate a little while ago.
Oh, and raccoons are normally good eating, but I wouldn't do it in this case.
No. Well, there's really nothing. I mean, again, you quickly realize there's nothing left to eat unless it's fur and bones.
It's fur and bones.
Don't eat that. It'd be good.
You can't even make a hat out of this.
Oh no, it's gross. It's gross. All right, so so you as you continue looking around, you hear something out in the hall.
Run out in the hall.
What do we hear?
It's just like a creaking in the floor, and so Ollie, you run out in the hall, and as you do that, you see that the floor in the hallway is kind of like it had buckled up for a moment and kind of creaked together, and when you step out on the hall, it kind of just like plops down
On its own volition?
Yeah.
Kind of shake my head as if I'm not really sure what I just saw.
Yeah, it was very strange, very strange.
I think the house is settling or shifting or something. The floor just buckled for a moment and then...
This is a ridiculous place.
It's this water damage. That's what happened to the ceiling, too.
Significant problems. Let's go to the attic, make a quick assessment. And if we have to go to the cellar, we go to the cellar, and I think we should probably just leave shortly thereafter.
Okay.
There is one more room behind the one we just looked in.
There's a couple rooms downstairs too.
Yeah.
That we can investigate.
Okay. All right. We'll make an assessment.
Okay, so you'll go to the bottom room there. Okay, so no problem. You go in there, and that appears to be just another guest bedroom. It looks to be probably not used much. It's just another guest bedroom. Yeah.
Is there, again, wardrobe, anything under the bed, any lines of salt?
No. Again, this room looks unused for the most part. Dovey, you noticed something. You have a trained eye for these things, and you have a sense for space, right? you were in that bathroom, and when you come out into this room, it's like, and so you leave this room, you go back into the bathroom, then you come back into this room, and you go to the wall there towards the rear of it, and it's like there's too much space here. There's something behind this wall.
Can I knock a little bit?
You knock a little bit, and it sounds hollow to you. This because again, while it looks like an interior wall, like a supporting wall, you know that's not. Again, in your line of work, you know these things. So something's going on here.
I will walk back to the other room and knock on that wall. I assume everybody else is in that room as well.
Yeah.
And knock on that side.
And you all can hear this, but very faintly.
Oh.
Like it's farther away than obviously on the other wall, right?
Some sort of open space between these walls?
Yeah. So do you look around for like something?
Are we in the corner of the house?
What?
Are we in the corner of the house?
Yes.
Is there a small fireplace in this room?
Yeah, there is. Mm-hmm.
So I'll be tapping on the wall and
Okay.
I'll look
Okay,
around
for
the
sure.
fireplace.
Yeah. Okay. So absolutely, you as you're fiddling around the fireplace, you kind of reach up inside it, and you find that there is indeed a latch, a lever.
Ooh.
Oh, I pull it.
Okay, you do, and when you do, the portion of the wall right behind the fireplace opens up, and it's a short door, maybe like 3 feet high.
Oh, it's not in the fireplace; it's next to it.
No, it's behind the fireplace.
I'm with you. Okay. Oh, it's behind the fireplace.
Yeah, it's like basically where the fire grate would be, right?
Yeah. Okay. Miss Novak, would you shine your flashlight in here? I seem to have discovered a room.
Okay, so you do that, and indeed there's a room there, right? So when you shine your flashlight in there, Miss Novak, you can clearly see inside it there's a shape. There's a shape in the center of that room. All right, so shining it on more, and it appears to be a body.
I'll jump back.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah.
What is it? What did you see?
A body. Mr. MITCHINSKI, come look.
I'll take the flashlight and get down there and look.
Okay, yeah. So you kind of crouch down there, look, and it appears to be there is indeed the body, a body in there. Looks like crumpled in the middle of the floor there. Yeah.
You're right, Miss Novak. It is a body. I'm going to see if I can get a closer look to see how long it's been here.
All right. So you creep into the room.
Of course.
All right. So you go in there. You quickly determine with your, again, this is not your first body. So, but even so, make a sanity roll.
20. Yes.
Oh yeah. Like I said, it's not your first body, and this one is not particularly, in the grand scheme of your experience, this is not a particularly gross one because it's very, very old. It looks like it's quite desiccated in here. You notice that the body appears to have no one of its hands is stretched out, its left hand. There are no fingers on that hand. It looks all dried and dead, and it looks like it's been here for a long time.
So it's not Mr. Cornthwaite?
It is not.
I don't know. I don't know how long it's been here. Let me. I'm going to assess it, but from being a cop and.
Yeah, you would say that this has probably been here 30 years or so.
Oh wow,
a long time.
Is the room large enough to accommodate somebody else? I would like to come in and take a look.
For sure. It's actually a pretty sizey room. So yeah,
I was actually going to bring the body out. If you want to give me a second, I'll have more light and we can actually look at it.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. You do. You drag the body out, and it appears to be an old, dried corpse missing its toes and the fingers of its left hand.
Does it look to be a male or
It
female?
is a male.
What style of clothing?
The style, you know, it looks like the clothing that would have been popular around the turn of the century.
Mm-hmm. Standard, well-to-do male,
Yeah.
like suit
Yeah,
coat
I mean,
sort of thing.
right, for sure. It doesn't look like some hobo or something like that.
Mhm.
I want to search its pockets or find if anything identifying upon the body.
Sure. So you look and you do find in its pocket is a rust-stained handkerchief with the monograms AC on it.
Well, well, well.
Well, this,
Irwin?
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming so. It's old enough to be him, about the same, about 30 or so years ago. His body's been here.
You
About that time,
he died?
I'm sorry, what was that?
You say, Debbie?
Can you tell how he died?
Yeah. Can I tell I died? Do you want a medicine or first aid?
I mean, it's really hard to say. I mean, go ahead and make a medicine roll.
I'd like to try that as well.
Sure, go ahead.
An 08.
Look.
So extreme success.
Way better than me.
Yeah, you would think that you know, you look at the wounds or at the hands and the feet, and you think actually that those things were bitten off. You suspect that this man starved to death.
That he was trapped in that room and starved to death. Looks like Mr. AC here was in that room a while and chewed off his own hands and his own feet because he was hungry, and he died of starvation. So something or somebody trapped him in that room. And
Can we tell how the room was sealed? Like, how would he have been trapped in there?
Well, I mean, you
The lever?
I mean, are you going to go back in the room?
Well, Mr. Mitchinski has my flashlight, so yeah, I'll go back in, but I'll shade myself from the worst of it.
Well, I mean, didn't you take the body out?
yeah,
No, you took the body out. Yeah, no, I'll get my flashlight back and then go back in the room.
Okay, so you go back into the room, Miss NOVAK, and you look around, and you know, again, you take the measure of the room, and so let me see, you find an old, discarded axe in the corner of the room, right? You also notice at that point, as you're kind of surveying things, that there are several indentations where it looks like the axe was used in an effort to get out of this room with no avail. You go ahead and make a spot hidden roll. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you find in the back corner of the room, in the ceiling, is a trap door, right? But it was really hard for you to see.
I'll mention that and call people in and see if we can get that. Dovey, do you have your flashlight? Can you help me shine on?
I do, if I must. So yeah.
And so as you're doing that, as you're calling to Dovey, you notice that the door that you came in, right? It doesn't have a catch on this side, on the side that you're in, and you wonder if you were to shut that door, if you would be able to get out that door.
I wonder that in my head, but I don't wonder it in terms of actually shutting that door.
Oh,
There you go.
So I will step back out of the room for safety, and I'll say, Debbie, could you please help me? It looks like a trap door in the ceiling, but I can't see it very well with just my flashlight. But I'll mention the axe and the axe marks, and that I worry that the door may shut. So let's all be very careful. Is this like, can we remove it or?
The door?
Yeah,
No, the
prevent.
door actually looks very, very sturdy.
So how high
The
is?
trap door or the fireplace door?
Yeah.
The fireplace door.
Fireplace door is not going to be moved. It looks like somebody tried to get through it with an axe and then they failed.
Miss NOVAK, how high is the trap door from the floor?
Is it 8-foot ceiling or?
No, it's actually not. I mean, it's only about. I mean, you said you weren't a tall lady,
Little, yeah.
so you know you are not able to stand up in this to your full height in this room.
Oh, okay.
And so again, you noticed it because you had a light. You think it would be almost impossible to see that trapdoor if you didn't have a light in this room.
Well, we need, we definitely can't all come in here. If that door shuts, we're in big trouble. Even somebody with an axe couldn't get out. Not to mention, this is probably the axe that Arthur Kerwin used to murder his family. This is probably Arthur Kerwin.
Is there blood on the axe?
If you examine it, you would say, yeah, you would find that there was blood on the axe.
Is there any writing or materials inside the room?
No, there's not. There's not.
Is there a light in the room, or is it completely dark?
The only lights that's in the room is quite literally the light that you bring with you, because otherwise it would be dark as a tomb with that door shut.
There are no light switches. There are no fixtures on the wall.
No
So-
lantern?
So if I boosted someone, they could probably reach the trapdoor?
Oh, easily. Again, the ceiling's very, very low. You can't.
Oh, okay. So I can actually reach it.
Oh yeah, easily.
Okay.
You can't even stand up in this space.
Okay. So can I actually open that trapdoor?
If you go over there, yeah. I mean, it's just essentially you have to kind of give it your best shot. But again, you do, and when you do that, you basically can pull yourself up. There's a small space there, and then next thing you know, you're in the attic.
Okay.
Can I'm going to test a theory, guys. Don't be alarmed. I'm going to take the axe. Does this bull seem pretty sturdy, or is it dry rotted, or
what? No, this room seems pretty sturdy.
No, the axe. The axe.
Oh yeah, the axe definitely. I mean, it appears to the handles. It's 30 years old. It's dry as a bone. You don't think it would take much to snap it.
But the head is still.
Yeah, the head's fine. It really hasn't rusted. There's not much moisture in this particular room.
If I go to shut the fireplace secret door, can I wedge the axe head to prevent it from shutting all the way?
You could try.
I'm going to try that. I'm going to stand on the outside just to see.
You're going to pull the door shut then on the people that are inside it?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like who's in there? Whoop and
I'm coming out.
Okay. So you shut it, and anyone who's left inside, you can't open it. You go in there, and it's like you could almost get your fingers kind of in the crack, but there's nothing. There's nothing to do. Nope. You push it, and it doesn't give at all.
Summer whoop.
That's not good.
I mean, but whoop, you don't feel any concern because you're in the attic at this point. So
that's true.
You're in this large space. Well, you're not bothered.
No. What about if I put the axe head behind the latch to wedge the latch open?
Well, I mean, it might work.
Is the latch embedded in a wooden wall, or is it brick? At first, I mean, looking back on it, you barely even notice it's there. It's just like an ornamental, brickwork in the back of the grill. If you put your hand up, there's a gap, and if you lift up, there's a lever there that you can pull, and this steel spring, you hear it wrenching into place, and then the door will swing open. So Doctor, or I keep calling you Doctor, Mr. MITCHINSKI out there fiddling around with the axe. As you're doing that, you hear a sound coming from outside this room, and it sounds like from downstairs. And what you hear is somebody saying, "Hello, anybody there?"
Hey, somebody's downstairs yelling for me, or yelling for somebody.
Open the latch.
I'm gonna open this and go check it out.
Hey, is anybody there?
You want somebody to come with you?
Okay.
If you want, that's fine. I don't know who was going to the attic. Hold on, I'll be right there.
All right. Just coming to say, see how y'all were doing.
Oh, it's that damn reporter. It's Stan.
Okay, so you open the latch and you let Dr. Chapman out, so okay.
Go downstairs or at least go to the landing and look down.
Perfect. So yeah,
Could you pass me your flashlight?
So if the door is open and is propped open and is not at risk of shutting, I will step in and pass you my flashlight. Only if all those conditions are met.
Yeah, make a luck roll.
Made it 39 out of
Okay, yeah, you hear some scraping. It sounds like some metal scraping against stone. So Mr. Masinski, you gather yourself, and Dovey, are you going with him?
I was actually going to peek out the window. I'm not in the hole, but I would like to look out like toward the front of the house.
Oh yeah, sure. So the bedroom window. Yeah, no problem. And Dr. Chapman, what were you doing?
If Ollie doesn't need anybody to go with him, then I'm going to go up in the attic myself.
Okay, sure. So Ollie, all right, you go there by yourself, and I will trust everyone else to put your little, to cover your ears. All right. So what Ollie sees is for Ollie's eyes only. All right. So Ollie, you walk downstairs, and
I go to the landing.
Huh?
Go to the landing to look down.
Onto the landing, you see, you see the face of your good friend, the newspaper editor, and he says, "Hey, pal, I just came to see how you all were getting along. Just kind of wanted to see if you wanted to talk to me or anything." And he's kind of smiling at you, looking at you with that grin on his face, and then all of a sudden he slams down, hits his face on the ground, looks up at you, and is drugged with this slow, insidious, absolute inexorability away and out of your line of sight. And he's screaming the entire time.
Which way is he being drugged?
Okay, so he was down at the bottom of the stairs. Okay, and it looks like he had kind of wandered away further into the interior of the home, right? When you called to him, he came back out, okay? And it's kind of like looking around up at the top of the stairs at you when you're standing on the landing, hollering down to him. He is being pulled back the way he came towards the back of the house, if you will.
The way we didn't inspect earlier.
Right.
All right, I will run down the stairs.
Okay.
Draw my 38.
Okay.
And get to the hallway at the bottom of the stairs, look down, gun drawn. Okay,
you can see that he, so when you do that, you turn your gun around and you can see his hands, like dragging on the hardwood floor, ripping up pieces of the floor as he goes, and ripping his nails off and leaving trails of blood as he does. He's being pulled back into the room, and you hear him screaming, "Help me, my God, oh, my legs, ah!" And this happens for, again, it kind of, as it's happening, you hear him dragging and, things happening. And then there's a slam.
I will, as he's being drug away, one thing I'm going to do is take my gun and shoot in the opposite direction to get the attention of other people.
Okay. All right. So,
and then I'm going to stop, let him go.
You hear screaming, Miss Novak. You hear screaming and a gunshot.
Oh.
And then I'm going to run down.
You hear screaming and a gunshot.
Mr. Mitchinski. And I'm going to run toward that sound. I've given my flashlight to Whoop.
Oh, okay. All right. So who has a flashlight then?
Dovey has one.
Dovey has a flashlight? Okay, Dovey, what are you doing?
If I hear a scream and a gunshot, I will run towards poor Mr. Mitchinski.
All right, so yeah, you run downstairs. You can see that you hear the gunshot, and of course it startles you. And you can see that Ollie is there looking into an open, or standing kind of there beside an open door. He hasn't actually looked in there yet, and that's what you see. And again, it was rather dark. Of course, apparently you didn't have a light source, Mr. Masinski. So you're only seeing this kind of by what ambient light there was, which isn't much. And so you just see this terrified face of a fellow being drugged on the ground.
I will get in old cop mode and run down the hall.
Okay.
Towards the room.
Okay, so again, you're running down the hall, but gingerly so. And actually, I need you to make a dexterity roll.
Yes. 52.
Okay, so you, as you said, running down the hall, when you do that, you realize that the floor is slippery, and you do one of those situations where you slip, but you catch yourself and you don't fall. But you do have to cognizant now of that. You're much more careful moving forward. You turn the corner, right, looking into that room, right?
And I'll pull out my cigarette lighter.
Okay, for sure. So you're struggling to get your cigarette lighter. You look in. You're looking into a kitchen. A kitchen that is, largely, really kind of fallen apart now. You can see that there was a table that has now been kind of dragged out of the way. It looks like perhaps this poor, unfortunate fellow who was being dragged along the floor grabbed one of the legs as he was being drugged, and now it's all asunder. And good Stan Artemis, your reporter friend, is now no longer visible in the room.
I look around to the direction he was being drugged.
The only thing you see in front of you is a door that is shut.
Kick it open. Police, front door, kick it open.
You go and you see that there are handprints on this door, right? There's handprints on the door, bloody handprints. And when you go to kick the door open, you can see that the door is slammed shut, right? And when it slams shut, it looks like it just smashed and ripped off the fingers of Stan Artemis. And you see 8 little digits all around the floor as you go to kick the door in. So it gives you a moment's pause. This moment's pause causes your kick to have less emphasis on it. So go ahead and make a strength roll, but I want you to make a strength roll with a penalty die.
Penalty die, okay. So the first roll is a 1.
Okay.
And my second roll, the 41 out of 65.
Okay, so either case, again, not as good as you would have because you kind of checked yourself, but you kicked the door. And the thing is, Ollie, you've kicked in a door a time or two. This door is really solid, very, very solid. And so you kick it, and while it gives way, it does so with much less, impact than you would have thought. So you kind of kick a portion of the door. You kind of kick and break a portion of the door, but the door itself doesn't burst asunder. It's just breaking away. Dovey, you're coming down into the room. What are the rest of you doing? You're now way up in the top floor. Dr. Chapman, I lost track of you.
Right. So I didn't want to hear any of the goings on. Did I hear the screaming? Did I hear the gunshot?
Oh, absolutely.
Because I was going to go up there with Whoop into the attic to see what he saw.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing I'll at least peek my head in to see how he was doing until I heard the commotion. What do I see in the attic first?
The attic itself is rather anticlimactic. There's bric-a-brac in here to be sure, junk, some old chests. There is toward the interior wall, there looks like some serious damage. Taking this all in very, very quickly. The thing that you notice that's the most significant is actually what I was going to describe to Whoop, as you've had the most time in that room. In the center of the room is the remains of a trunk, right? And it's very strange. It looks like this trunk has kind of exploded, right? As if it was packed too tight and then exploded, right? And so there's things in it that are all smashed, and there's everything in it. There's a pith helmet, which is all just nothing but shards. There are a few smaller things like a compass that are squashed as well. There's some heavy things like a machete and a pistol, which looks like they're intact, but anything else looks like it's just been destroyed. There's debris in this room, right? And also a very significant amount of that flaky stuff leading to an interior wall. And you can see that there's a significant amount of old water damage on this wall. Looks like it's dried a long time ago. And the flaky residue, which you kind of become familiar with now, is nothing but dust.
Mm-hmm. The pistol, does it have, can I tell there are any rounds in it?
Yeah, you pick it up. Again, it's all coated with that stuff. So you would worry about shooting it, right? because it's so caked with that strange stuff. But fortunately, it's a moot point. You move the chamber and it doesn't have any bolts in it.
Okay. How's the machete looking?
The machete looks, it looks fine. It looks like it still has an edge to it.
It doesn't have the residue on it?
Oh, it does, absolutely.
Oh, it does. So it seems everything from this trunk, as it exploded outward,
yes.
was residue.
Yes.
And that residue went over towards where the old water damage was, right?
Right on, absolutely, yes.
And if I go over where that old water damage is and give that section of the wall a kick,
Yeah.
does it withstand it? Or?
No, not at all. I mean, you basically just smash that portion of the wall in, and again, it looks like something significantly weakened the wall there. All right, so that's that. But again, of course, you do all this rather quick pace because you hear downstairs a great commotion, gunshots and screaming. So what are you doing downstairs? And I guess Miss Novak, what are you doing? You were kind of in transition.
So if Debbie has the flashlight, I'm going to follow her.
Okay.
Be right on her heels.
Okay. So
have I reached Oliver at this point?
Yeah. So you're at the door to this room which is the kitchen, right? And you see on the other side, Ollie is kicking in a door to another area of the house.
Debbie, this is going to sound crazy. I need you to search this kitchen for salt. If you can find any salt, get it.
For salt? Sure.
I'll do the same.
So, shall I spot?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and make a spot roll.
Failed.
Okay.
Sorry.
I made a hard spot.
I don't cook.
Okay, so all right, let me see. So Miss Novak, you're rushing downstairs to into the kitchen.
Yeah, I was right on her heels, so I probably heard that. And I made a hard spot hidden.
Okay. All right. Okay, so again, you're frustrated, Miss Novak, because you gave away your flashlight. You gave away your flashlight to Whoop, right? And so while Dovey has her flashlight and is looking about, you don't have one, and so you decide to open the shade on the door on the back door to the kitchen to get in some extra light, right? To get in some extra light from the outside. When you do that, and the blind, it's not opening, so you have to fiddle with it for a bit. And when you finally do, you notice, you look outside, right? You look outside, and on the back porch or on the back stoop there is a box, right? Is a box which looks like it contained groceries. At one point, right? At some point, a grocery delivery was made here. However, it's in the past. It's in the past because you can see that the vegetables and things they're all rotten. But you do see that there are two large bags of salt.
Is there a door from this room to the porch?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're at the back door right there.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I'll yell. I think there's salt here.
Okay. And grab it.
And I'll open the door.
Okay, so you open the door. Okay, so all right, Whoop and Dr. Chapman, what are you doing?
I'll grab the machete and turn around, and since the doctor's probably closer to the drop down, if he's going, he'll probably go faster than I do.
Okay.
Or if you're going to follow along because I have the light.
No, I'll drop back down, but I will wait for you to come back down, and you can take lead, and I'll follow the light out.
Okay, for sure.
We'll do that and head downstairs.
Okay, so go ahead and make a luck roll as you're doing that.
4.
No, 72.
Okay, so Doctor, you rush out, and just as Dr. Chapman, you manage to take the lead. You go out, and as you do that, you get out and you turn around and you see that the axe blade slips away and the door starts to slide shut. And you manage to stop it so that Whoop can get out. Again, okay, so you rush downstairs.
Thank you, Chappie.
Okay.
That was close, my friend.
So, all right, so at the bottom of the stairs, what are you doing, Ollie?
So I kicked in part of the door, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to look through the door.
Great.
That I kicked in and see what I see. I know there's not much light, but I'm still going to look in.
You look in. You have your flash. You have your lighter.
Oh, I have my lighter. Yeah.
Yeah. So you stick your lighter in there. You stick your head through the hole in the door, and you see a nightmare. it appears to be like the basement is flooded, right? The basement is flooded. And up to the top of the stairs, there is this gelatinous mass. It's at first you think, why is Stan swimming? Why is he doing that? What's going on? How did this happen? And then you realize it's not really so much Stan swimming, because Stan's clearly dead, right? He's just kind of floating in this blob of slime, which basically has filled the entire basement. And you see now, to your horror, that in this slime, you see a horse. You see a horse floating around, right? Being stripped of its flesh. And you also see behind it, back in the distance, oh my God, a man, barely more than a skeleton now, but yet still sporting that distinctive and stylish pinky ring. It's all just, and then the slime begins to like take form and starts like coming towards you and your face. And as you see that it is not only alive but sentient. Make a sanity roll.
That would be a 70 out of 50. So a fail.
That is music to my ears.
Yeah.
All right. So you lose 17 sanity.
That's all?
Sorry. So you lose 17 sanity.
I fall back and scream and just unload my barrel into the door.
Okay. So all of a sudden, you're
pushing away, like kind of on my butt, on my backside, pushing on the ground away, shooting and screaming.
Gunshot, gunpowder in the air. Ollie's shooting at the door now. The gunshots, Ollie or Dr. Chapman and Whoop, you hear gunshots from the back as you rush downstairs. Ladies, what are you doing in the kitchen there?
I'm trying to get the salt.
Okay.
And his scream, I'll jerk, but we're trying to. How big are these salt bags?
They're like about 40-pound bags.
Oh gosh.
Like both of us.
Yeah, both of us can drag one in and probably try and get some around that door, threshold.
Okay. All right. So you start doing that, and okay. So all right. So and Whoop and Dr. Chapman, you get down there. You see the ladies have opened up one of the bags of salt and like put this about a 6-inch wide swath in front of the door. It's at that point that the wall beside the basement door just gives way, right? Gives way, and this slime pours out into the room. And as it does, you can see that these pseudopods begin to form, and these meaty, like grasping appendages begin extending out towards you. I need everybody now to make a sanity roll.
I hope your Oma was right.
Oh,
I made it by 2. Whew.
Oh, okay.
I made it by 4.
See, all right, no problem. And how did you fellas do?
I got a 15. I did very well.
Oh, great. Okay.
I failed it.
Oh, great. Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, so for those of you who made it, you lose 3.
Okay.
Oh, and for everybody who succeeded, you lose, or failed. If you failed, you lose 15.
Jesus.
Got off easy.
I'll just scream and charge one of the pods with my machete. Just
All right.
crazy suicidal.
Okay, great. Sure. Yeah, that'll work. All right. So
If you've got a machete, I mean, might as well.
okay. So this thing is not particularly quick. So go ahead and roll. I guess I get 25% probably is base for a machete, unless you're skilled in machete, which
I don't think I'm skilled in machete. No.
I think you just use basic melee.
Oh, okay. Well, fine. Yeah, I think you're right.
Let's see. I have. See,
So-
brawl.
so-
I think they do it all under brawl nowadays.
Yeah.
For weapons, right?
Fighting brawl. So
So
I do
Dr. Chapman,
succeed.
what are you doing? Oh, you succeed. Okay, great. Yeah. So go ahead and roll like a D6 plus your damage bonus.
3.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So All right. So yeah, you and again, it's like chopping through water, right?
Yeah,
so,
super effective.
Yeah, you don't necessarily think it was tremendous, right? Yeah, what are you doing, Dr. Chapman?
I'm going to be very brave and probably very suicidal. I'm going to apply what little I know of chemistry. I'm going to grab, if there's anything left in one of the salt bags that they haven't dumped out.
Yeah.
I'm going to grab a fistful of salt. I'm going to throw it at the creature.
Oh yeah, for sure. Okay, so
like just a fistful of it.
Like buckshot.
Yeah. So, you do that, and again, you know, the difference between your effort and whoops are significant. All right, when you do that, it basically, wherever the salt lands, you see and hear the sizzling sound, and so roll a d4.
A d4?
It's a d4.
1 point of damage.
All right. Well, it looked more effective than it was. Yeah, but it sizzles away. It sizzles away for sure. Yeah.
I grab 2 more handful, and it's like, again, like buckshot.
You're just grabbing, and effectively what he's doing, ladies, is he's out there by the door and just grabbing the salt and just throwing it at the thing. So, you know, again, grabbing it.
I got it under one arm, and I'm just, well, like you're putting salt down on a slick driveway, but now I'm just throwing it by fistfuls.
Yeah, so we've got the other bag, which I think probably mostly emptied, but whatever's left, I'll start doing the same once I see that it seems to have an effect.
Yeah. Again, so the thing about it is, what you find is it's very ineffective, right? Because you throw a lot of salt, and really not a lot of it gets there. You wonder what would happen if you threw one of the bags.
Well, since my bag is open,
yeah.
Right? I mean, you know, and the other bag, the ladies are probably starting getting ready to tear open. I tear it a little bit more, and I chuck it.
Okay, so yeah, so the Dr. Chapman in his maddened state thinks that he does exactly that. What he actually does is he grabs the bag that's open and flings it at it. Of course, when he does that, all the salt goes behind him, and he just is hitting it with an empty bag now. It's kind of pathetic to see. You think that in his mind it's playing out much more effectively. So that's happening. You see Ollie is emptied his gun now and is, like, you know, still clicking away at it.
Is there salt left?
Yeah, I mean, now there's salt everywhere.
No, is there a bag left?
There's a whole bag left, yes.
Okay, I'm going to take the bag. I'm going to cut part of it open. And in his maddening state, he's going to profess his undying love for Miss NOVAK and run into the pseudopod thing with the bag of salt.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, okay. So basically, what happens is that Ollie, you know,
making Poland proud, the children of Poland proud.
He makes a very inappropriate statement to you, Miss NOVAK, that you know, an unwelcome.
I'm sorry, I'm not interested.
And you just say, just friends. He's doing this, and he grabs this bag of salt and basically just runs and smashes, you know, through the wall, carrying this bag, and you know, descends into the abyss, so to speak. But when he does this, I mean, it's certainly a massive effect as the smoke begins pouring out of the thing, and you hear a terrible scream from Ollie as he does this. But my God, what a heroic gesture! And so, okay, so Whoop and Dr. Chapman, you're over there fanning it with this bag, which, yeah, okay, and Whoop. You're slashing away, maddened with your machete. Ladies, what are you doing? The only sane ones here.
We took our bag of salt, right? So sort of watching the whole.
And so, you know, you hear from the basement this boiling sound, and the house begins to kind of like shake. As if something is writhing in a great deal of pain as this is happening.
And there's a door to the outside right there, right to the porch.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be zipping out that door.
So you just leave. Okay. So what are you doing, Dovey?
Are Whoop and the doctor within grabbing distance?
One of them is roll 1d2. It's Whoop. 3 to 4. It's the doc.
Yeah.
I did pass my sanity check for the record.
You passed it?
I did pass it.
Oh.
Oh, I thought you failed.
No, I'm still doing something crazy, but I did pass.
I'm sorry, Dr. Chapman.
That's all right.
We're just, we'll say that, we'll say that the same thing happened. You just didn't know it would happen. So you're sane. I'm sorry.
Right, that's fine.
You're not a salt fighter, doctor.
Not my specialty.
I'm grabbing number 4.
Okay, so it doesn't matter because I made a mistake there. So Dr. Chapman, you saw what happened with poor Ollie, you know, and your bag ripped, and so Whoop is still trying to wail away with this thing, but you see Dovey is risking life and limb as he's swinging that machete like a madman, and it is dragging him out as the house essentially is falling apart.
I called a Whoop. I called a Dovey. Come on, we got to get out of here.
Dr. Chapman, you noticed one other thing. As the house has been kind of jostled about, right? And you're in a kitchen, right? So there's a very large stove here that has basically been just rudely shoved out of the way, right? Breaking it free from the gas lines that had been attached to it before.
Everybody out.
Out faster.
Yeah, so, all right, so Whoop, you know, Devi, go ahead and make a strength roll to try to pull the somewhat maddened Whoop away from this.
Yes, made it by 9 points.
Okay, so yeah, so Whoop, you know, you're drugged forcefully out, and again, you know, so much for that Coolidge that you were wailing away on in there, that son of a gun, you know. His time is coming. So so Debbie pulls you out there, and once out of sight of the thing, you just kind of start rushing off into the brush there. Dr. Chapman.
I don't even know that I have maps. I don't know that I have anything to light it.
Well, make a luck roll. Make a luck roll. Maybe you have a book of matches.
Lighter falls at his feet.
Yeah, right. Falls out. Yeah, something falls out at my feet.
Yeah, well, you know, again,
my cigar.
What we'll say is that you know, you picked up the lighter that Whoop found in the smoking jacket.
Okay. Are they safely out?
Yeah, they well, again, except for Ollie, which you think he's safe in a different way.
He's going to be fine. We'll find him in a minute.
Yeah. Okay, so you light it up, and okay, so again, you know, you throw it over by the stove, the gas begins lighting, the house begins again, you know,
I'm running.
Yeah, so running outside. Okay, so and behind you, you know, you hear the house shaking, and you can literally see this crooked and cracked manse begin to shake, and as the flames illuminate it from the kitchen, as the gas begins to catch fire, and then it soon the house is in flames and collapses, burying whatever horror lurked in the basement for all times, and Ollie and Mr. Cornthwaite with it. And so,
And the horse.
And the horse.
and the horse, and some other small animals, and that sort of thing.
It's other things that were consumed.
So yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, you have won. So yeah, so
Hey,
what
Ollie, we won.
So great. What now?
We did.
All right, well, that was fantastic. So Arthur Cornthwaite, intrepid explorer, discovered a lost temple in South America. They discovered a terrible, terrible thing, essentially the parent of this monstrosity. They fled. Only Arthur survived, but Arthur did not survive undamaged, right? He bore with him some spores in his clothing that he put in his trunk upstairs, and they blossomed and grew over time till there was this terrible beast that appeared in his house. Started very small, grew very large. Arthur eventually figured out what was going on, had a plan for dealing with it. Unfortunately, he did not seal away that fireplace that you discovered upstairs in his bedroom, and the thing nabbed him while he was planning his plan and sucked him away. So, but you outsmarted this thing and managed to kill it. So yeah, you won. Yay. But you don't get paid because you destroyed the house, you bums. The Dodge brothers are very, very, very unhappy about this.
So they weren't in on it, huh?
What now?
The Dodge brothers were not in on it?
No, not at all, not at all. I mean, they were hoping that, again, they were hoping that you would find Corthwaite or find him dead so they could sell the house. But they didn't like this in-between stuff. It was not good for business. But yeah, so, I mean, and now, unfortunately, Miss Novak, you're out of a job, or are you? Or
she was actually in my living will, the whole business, and there was a detective badge in the safe with her name on it.
It worked out pretty well for her.
Yeah.
Going.
That's right. That's right.
In his honor.
See,
Great
so
Mr. Mitchinski.
Right. So there's like, you like get a bench or something that you put his name on outside, in the lobby for when people come to Diamond Investigations, they can sit there. So yeah. All right. Well, again, this has been super fun. I want to thank all of our listeners for joining us. More streams like this are available on the Chaosium YouTube channel and on Twitch. So join us, next time when we'll have some other crazy antics and adventures. But again, thank you guys for listening.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye. Thanks, Bob.
Thanks, Bob. Great.